Hopefully that'll be going soon. All right, put these guys in now. I missed one. Okay, I think I know this one. I've recognized a lot of these names. I think we've gotten very familiar with everyone's testimony here. Some cases I just can't remember people, but everyone's been very memorable this time.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
some of my witnesses are having trouble getting on. I see some are on, but at least 3 have called me. And when they hit the Zoom link in their party hearing session, they get a message back that invalid ID. Now, one of those is Mr. Lipinski, who's now on.
Okay.
Phil, how were you able to do it?
I was able to gain access through the link in the email that you sent me just a minute or so ago.
Okay, I will notify the other people. I sent that same link, same email out to them, but let's see. Let me do a little head count here.
George, Tom Hauge here. I got that same message from your previous email. So then I went on to the TSC hearings or notices page and clicked on that link, and it brought me in.
Okay. So you want to use what I gave you. That's probably makes sense. So it's being displayed on the screen share. The link here, just underlining it here. So if you want to write that down, copy it out, and send it to the people. Yeah, I'd always use the notice if you can. That's going to be guaranteed to work.
Well, Mr. Lawhern, I sent him the notice and it still didn't work.
Well, then you must be typing something wrong. Yeah, I would try again. So we don't need all the witnesses to be here at the very beginning, unless you want them to hear the testimony. They will be able to do that on the live stream, and then join us when they need to be called. So that's an option if they're having some issues right at the moment. Probably won't be getting to testimony for a little bit anyway. So there should be plenty of time for them to figure that out. So hopefully that'll work. Okay, so letting in a whole bunch. So there's also a number of people I'm letting in now. Just had to correct their screen names. I didn't think there were any WWF people though, so. Okay. So Cody's joined us. Maybe I don't know if Cody was having a problem.
I have not had any problems, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, apparently there's a couple of your witnesses that aren't connecting, so it looked like, is it Larry checking? Oh no, Tom was checking it out.
Oh,
Okay, so we have one person that's connected with an email address, info@Golden Sands. We'll need to know who you are, and if you're a member of a part, if you are connected with a party, we can keep you on Zoom. Otherwise, yeah, this is not so okay. There's been probably an issue that I may have created here, and that is we don't really have the real public really shouldn't be connecting to Zoom today. We can have them watch the live stream. So I think there may be a few people here joining us now from so we have the email address. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Okay, and Sharon and Greg, we also need to identify you. So are you connected with one of the parties?
Yes, Wisconsin Wildlife Federation.
Okay, are you okay? You're a member, or are you involved in the party session at this point?
And the witness list for Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, one of the 10.
Okay, great. So I just need your full name then.
Yeah, I'll change it on the name as well. Sharon Schwab, SCHWAB, like Charles without the money. Yeah.
Okay, actually that works really well. Great. All right, I got the change for you. Okay, we have a person, no comment from Golden Sands, so I'm assuming you're a member of the public. That's why you put no comment, but if we could have you switch over to the live stream, I'd appreciate that. You're gonna have the same experience, just be observing, but that's what we're doing at this point for public observation. And so you'll be able to find that on the notice of hearing. And if you look on the screen share, that up here for you. So it's this link here. Still have some people coming in. We have all of our party representatives, all the attorneys present. Looks like we renew, clean. Yes, see, okay. So we'll take a while with some preliminary items. So if we still have witnesses joining us, we'll have time to let them in before anything happens here. Well, I don't recognize. Anyone recognize Edward Learman? Don't recall that being. Oh yes, okay. It looks like got the witnesses for WWF.
Your Honor, this is Eric Callisto. Could we ask if Dr. Fullendorf is on the call? I think he's the only witness missing.
I
Unless I-
don't think so. Let's see, not in the waiting room. So if you see him, then I don't have him.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. All right. So like I said, we don't have everybody. We have the attorneys. We'll probably all we need for the beginning of the hearing. And we can get started and then have the when we need to call a witness, make sure that they're connected. Like I mentioned, you can observe the hearing now on the live stream. So in case you're not able to connect somehow, but you want to hear the other witnesses speak, you can do that on the live stream and then get connected when it's your turn. All right. So I think we're ready to go. Okay, so let's get on the record. This is docket 8220, 9820 CE 100. It's the application for a CPCN of Vista Sands Solar. My name is Michael Newmark, the Administrative Law Judge for the PSC, and we're on Zoom at the party hearing session. So we have parties connected to Zoom, and we're having the public connect to observe on our YouTube channel. So we are streaming live, and there'll be a recording of the hearing on our YouTube channel. And as usual, we'll have a transcript of the hearing as well, filed on Earth. As part of the record, we're collecting public comments up until the end of the day today, August 16th. So the electronic system will accept public comments right just before midnight tonight. We can also if we receive a public comment by mail by the end of business today, or whenever the mail comes, we'll receive those documents too. So that's our public comment process. At this point, we have many comments on file so far that were submitted for the record, over 900, probably 950 at this point. So thank you. I want to thank the public for getting involved. But also at this point, it's not time to hear from the public, it's time to hear from the parties. So let's switch over to service list, and we'll take appearances from the parties. Just hang on 1 second. So let's start in alpha order with Clean Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Nicola appearing for Clean Wisconsin.
All right, thanks. The PSC.
Good morning, Your Honor. Zachary Peters for the commission.
Renew Wisconsin.
Morning, Your Honor. Rory Walswick for Renew.
Vista Sands Solar.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Callisto and Alex Peterson for Vista Sands Solar.
And Wisconsin Wildlife Federation.
Good morning, George Meyer, representing the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation.
Okay, so I think let's get off the record. So looks like Attorney Meyer, you're speaking on the connection that's labeled WWF. So I'll just add your
Yes, please.
name to that. And can you put your video screen on your camera on, please? Okay, see you there. Perfect. So yeah, people weren't popping up. We're gonna have to do something here. Be a matter of my view, I think. There we go. Okay, we will play along with this. Something's a little different today, but I think we'll be okay. All right. All right, inviting a few people in here as well. Oh, here's your Fuhlendorf. Just joined us. Duncan Kier, so let's get them in. Okay, so we have our parties identified. Let's get back on the record. Great, so welcome everyone. We did get the hearing preparation email out to you all last night, so I hope you've had a chance to review. And in terms of our duties here today, before we get started, that email contained a list of things we want to proceed with before we get to call our first witness. I'm actually gonna just get that email in front of me because it's been a long few hours here. So I just want to be able to make sure we check all the boxes here.
Yeah.
All right, so
Why would
I know
do
we
that?
do have a few witnesses that, or one witness, I think, we'll need to schedule in a special time, so we can do that in a little
Good.
bit. But first of all, let's deal with, probably best to deal first with the motion to strike the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation's rebuttal testimony. And I'm going to just get my documents for that before we start.
We're looking at this screen. You're sharing somebody's.
Somebody is not unmuted. I can hear another voice.
That's us.
Thanks. Okay. Okay. So we did receive the motion to strike testimony and exhibits of Wisconsin Wildlife Federation from Vista Sands. We have a response from WWF. So let me ask if there's any further response we'd like to hear, and we can start with the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will just be very brief here. At a simple level, WWF didn't follow the rules, but I think it's more consequential than that. I first note that there's something of a pattern in this case. Last night, a WWF witness attempted to provide public comment at the hearing, which is not allowed, and the ALJ disallowed it. There have been 3 public comments filed by WWF witnesses in this case, also not permitted from Jerry Knuth, Philip Lipinski, and Tom Hogue. I'm pronouncing that correctly. More importantly, it's not an inconsequential error. This was the final round of pre-filing testimony before the hearing. It was due approximately 4 days before today. It absolutely cut into our ability to prepare for this hearing. And it did change, as you can imagine, both the direction and the nature of both our preparation for sir rebuttal as well as cross-examination. It was initially described as a computer error, and now is being argued as excusable neglect. That's defined by the courts in Wisconsin as conduct that might have been the act of a reasonably prudent person under the same circumstances. Rutan versus Miller, Court of Appeals, 213 West 2nd, 94. I would argue it's not excusable. This is a key date. If not the most important date in pre-filed, certainly a very important one in terms of timing. There was not 1, but 2 attorneys working on this, independent of whether or not Mr. Riffle is attorney of record. He clearly is playing an important role. Finally, both attorneys should have been aware of the deadline, if only by the fact that everybody else filed and filings were popping up in all of our respective emails within the timelines provided by the court. For that reason, I think an appropriate sanction is the striking of their rebuttal testimony.
Okay, thanks. Does anyone else want to respond? So we can take other interveners first, and then commission staff, and then WWF, I suppose we can hear again. Anyone else? No? Okay. Yeah, it's very disturbing what's been happening here. I'll admit, I'm not happy with the process I've seen. I've had some very complicated cases through my career here. And with people who are not used to participating at the commission, I admit that we have a fairly arcane process because of the complexities and uniqueness of our regulatory field. But I've never seen a party really flaunt the deadlines and requirements as much as I've seen in this case WWF commit. So I think that I don't know what the really the bottom line is, what the problem really is with WWF's the nature of their participation. I think that it's not intentional, I hope. I don't see evidence of intent. But I don't think, I mean, I think in terms of the standards of excusable neglect, I don't think it is excusable. I think there is no excuse for ignoring or failing to abide by numerous reminders and numerous explanations of the process. It just hasn't stuck with WWF, and I find it frustrating and disconcerting. And I think it really does a disservice to the record. It's been draining our resources, and I think that WWF needs to address the issue and do it now. I think in the future, if I see WWF intervening, it's going to have to prepare a plan of how it's going to comply with the requirements of filing and participation. And I'm going to want to see that plan before I admit them in as a party next time. Particularly, I know that in one of the filings, WWF claimed that it doesn't have the resources. We do have a very generous process for intervener compensation. And I think especially in this case, would have been very appropriate for the organization to have filed for and requested for funding in this case. They have a very unique position. They presented very important expertise in an alternative view. This is an issue that the public is very passionate about. And I think it does a disservice to the organization and to the public not to participate appropriately and according to the process. Derails everything. We're confused. We can't find things. Things are not in the proper standard. And when we have this many filings, this many witnesses, we take this much time to process a case, it needs to be standardized. You know, in the past, we had 3 ALJs. Each ALJ had 2 assistants. Now we have 1 person working on all these cases, and it's really daunting to have to correct and continue to remind a party to abide by the rules that are given to you at the pre-hearing conference. If you have questions about it, it should be addressed then, or before you file something wrong again. Okay, I'm going to get off my high horse because I don't want to say something I'm going to regret, but it's very frustrating. So I'm like I said, if WWF wishes to participate in the future, it's going to have to provide to me a plan that will ensure that it will comply with these requirements the first time. And you know, I sent emails out early, very early in July, to have all parties correct their testimony. And the reason why is because it's going to be difficult with the filings that we currently have. It's going to be difficult to run this hearing today. We're not going to know what page number we're on, or what page I have in front of you, which witnesses pages I have in front of you, because the name of the witness is not on the bottom of the page. And I'd asked WWF twice to put in that, to follow that naming convention in the footer, but failed to do so. I think there's an issue with this dual representation that WWF is presenting to the commission. It has an attorney who I respect, is very esteemed, and has a great background with preserving land and working with the environment in Wisconsin. And I don't want to, you know, to cause the position of this organization to suffer because of neglect by the attorneys involved. But I'll say that having this sort of dual relationship is very troubling. The fact that Attorney Riffle is only here to file and, I guess, review the filings for accuracy and file them correctly, but has no accountability. I don't believe he's, to the best of my knowledge, he's not being paid by WWF. I don't think he has a relationship as an attorney with WWF. If he does, I think WWF has issues with that relationship and should be careful about engaging with Attorney Riffle in the future. because if his job is to file documents correctly, he's failed to do so. So at this point, I also want to mention WWF's response indicated that the close of business here is at 5 p.m. I just wanted to show you, and this is just indicative of the neglect that I've seen from this party. Because if you look at PSC 2.6, close of business is 4 p.m. So this is just a basic rule, basic requirement in our rules. Now that's irrelevant because the deadline was 1:30 p.m. But I just wanted to point this out that there's just a disconnect with respect for the commission here. And it's very disturbing to me. And like I said, it's not personal. We just can't get the work done if people aren't complying with these requirements. And it does a disservice to your clients. So having said that, I'm going to deny the motion, and there's substantive reasons for that. I think that now I know people will say, well, it wasn't that much time, but I don't agree with that. I think it was late, and we need to address the problem. But I think I don't want to penalize the organization and the position and do a disservice to the record by eliminating all of that testimony. I don't think the testimony introduces a whole lot of substance to the debate. I think it's responding to rebuttal, but it's not introducing a lot of new information. It does introduce some, but it's not an overwhelming amount that can't be dealt with in Sur today. So I don't think there's a prejudicial effect of the testimony that was filed. I think it's fairly narrow. It doesn't overblow the rules of how the rounds of testimony work. So I think the information being presented is useful for the record, should be addressed, and will be today. So that's my ruling on the motion. But hear me when I say I need everyone to follow these rules. I just cannot handle the disorganization at this point. It's just not working, and you're going to see the consequences of that, and it may affect the record. It may affect the decision. I don't know. I mean, we need to be wary of all of that.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I just say a few words?
No,
Well,
I've ruled. No, I've ruled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, so let's get back to our normal course of business. I think that's all of our outstanding. So I do want to, so we have our offered evidence list, but I think the first thing we should really consider is if there are any witnesses that won't be crossed. I think there's potential to cross everyone. Is there anyone that has no questions for a witness, or how should we go about doing this here? So I think Vista Sands, everyone was claiming the right to still cross the applicant witnesses. I believe the same was for WWF. Did anyone have questions for witness Mathewson? So what we'll do is, if there's no questions, I can excuse them. They won't need to take this. Oh yeah, Mr. Attorney Meyer, you have questions?
6 of my witnesses did not file SIR rebuttals. The only 4 that did, if that's relevant to whether or not they can be crossed, I've been
Oh yes, they can be crossed. Hang on, that's not the question I'm asking.
Okay.
Does anyone have questions for witness Mathewson? Okay, I'm not hearing any, so I can excuse that witness and accept the testimony by affidavit. What I'll say is we need to get all those corrections filed. I asked you to file those in July, so they're still not in. So please do that, and within the 3-day period. How about Kel? Any questions for Kel? Okay, we'll do the same for Kel. Be excused. Just file the affidavit and any questions? Everyone?
This is Ori Walsvik from Renew. I'm wondering if Mr. Kell could verify live here.
Okay, does he have, yeah, that's fine. It's up to you.
Thank you.
And what about staff witnesses? Are we expecting cross for all of them, or are there some that we can excuse?
Your Honor, this is Eric Callisto. I would ask that the DNR witnesses stay only because in part you have teed up an issue with a Chapter 29 statute that may or may not justify a question or two.
Sure,
At least from one of them. So
that's fine.
And this is Zachary Peters, Your Honor. Yeah, that's fine. All staff witnesses currently plan to verify their testimony live and be available for cross.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so we did have one. So I think the rest of them, I believe, will have, well, are there anyone on? So I'm pretty sure someone said they may cross any of the applicant witnesses. Is there any applicant witnesses we can excuse?
Your Honor, since they're all present, I'd like to just go ahead and verify. That's okay.
All right, I'll be taking more time to do this. All right, and Wisconsin Wildlife, any witnesses we can excuse? No, okay, that's fine. All right, just wanted to help out. There was one witness that needed to be taken at the beginning of the hearing. I can't remember who that was, so I don't have a problem with that if there's no objections. I think I have to unmute.
Jim Keir, is Jim Keir on the line?
I believe so, yes. So
Yes, yes, I am.
okay, great. Well, we'll get to you very shortly. Won't be too long now, but we still have a couple more things to review before we can take their first witness. All right. And that's the only person who has scheduling issues or. Okay. All right, so let's deal with the offered evidence list. Did the applicant have any corrections or modifications to the offered evidence list?
3, Your Honor. If we look at Mr. Andrews, I believe you have Mr. Baker's Sir rebuttal inappropriately in his column. That should be moved down to Mr. Baker's. And then similarly in Mr. Baker's row, you have Mr. Bubbs' Sir rebuttal. That should be moved down to Mr. Bubbs.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I see you've added appropriately, I believe, an extra exhibit for Mr. Baker, which we're going to enter through Sir. There's also 2 similar exhibits, exhibits 7 and 8 for Mr. Pekar.
Yes. Okay.
That's it for us.
Yeah, okay. How about, I didn't ask for clean yet. Any corrections to the list? Did I get all the documents identified correctly?
No corrections, Your Honor. It looks fine. Thank you.
Renew? Anything?
No corrections, Your Honor.
Okay, WWF, did I identify the current filings correctly? There may be some questions here.
I reviewed that list last night. It's fine. The one question I had about what the list you sent out last night, I think for all the parties, some of the exhibits and testimony had a yellow highlight on, and I was wondering the significance of that.
Okay, yeah, those are pending. They haven't been created yet. So it's the PSC public comment exhibit that will be created after the comments close. And I think the other one is not appearing, doesn't appear on this screen anymore. It's the JDA, which was this, I don't know why it's doing that. It's under this, it's this Baker 12, which hasn't been filed yet, but I think what I understand is the applicant is going to enter it on rebuttal.
Well, on the, what was sent out last night, at least the copy I got, I assume everyone did, there had to be about 30 highlights and some for every witness, for every party. Maybe
Well,
that was an earlier list.
are you talking about the comments? I have comments on the side here, if you can see the screen share. So those are, so let me just get up.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just wait. Hang on. Let's get off the record for this.
Your Honor, one additional thing I'm noticing as I'm looking at this is I think Clean Wisconsin witness Mathewson filed rebuttal testimony that looks like it's missing.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I got that at all. Okay, let me get my list here, and we'll just get back to get that.
Thank you for noticing that.
Yeah, no problem.
But it's too late now. Let me take care of, let's pin a pin in that. Let me take care of Attorney Meyer's question. I'm just trying to look for the document I actually sent to you all. It's not. Oh, here it is. Okay. So yes, this clears up some of the confusion. So this is where these comments appear more like highlights, and I apologize for not displaying this version. I can't change it live. So to answer your question, Attorney Meyer, it looks like the highlight, what you mentioned, this is the original document I sent to parties, and we can stay off the record for this. So the Baker 12, that's the JDA. But since I got that version, was filed by email to all parties and me, because it will be used at the hearing. So I didn't need to reserve that space anymore. I just put the document in that box. And the same thing with commission staff's comment. Again, that's highlighted in yellow because it's not here yet. We haven't created the document yet. Otherwise, all the yellow boxes here, these are the comments these are the corrections that need to be made to WWF testimony. So to read this document, if you have Adobe, you're looking at the comments appear on the right. And if you click on, don't click on the document, but if you click on the comment, you'll see what needs to be done for each filing. So again, I'll click on Haig's rebuttal and you'll see the instructions on how to refile Haig's rebuttal. Click on Haig's rebuttal and you'll see the instructions on what you need to do here. So correct page. So I've explained a lot more in the Haig comment. For example, the page numbers should be centered at the bottom of each page and read direct WWF Haig R2, then the page number number.
When is the due date to have that to you?
Okay, so on the pre-hearing conference memo, see, this is what I'm afraid of here with this case. All right, let me bring up that. So we have the pre-hearing conference memo, and attached to that's the facilitating matters order. But at the beginning, so this was sent out May 9th after the pre-hearing conference when we discussed the schedule and approved it. And we have the schedule displayed here. and we're up to the 16th. And now if you look at the post-hearing portion, you'll get the draft transcript on the 20th, the offered evidence other, exhibits offered and received at hearing. So for example, Baker 12 will be an exhibit offered and received at hearing. That's due, unearthed, and served on parties and staff by email August 21st. Same thing with witness verification affidavits. So witness Mathewson will send that in instead of appearing here to verify testimony. Then revised testimony is another thing due on the 21st. Revised testimony means all these comments that I'm asking you to revise. Now, there's a lot, but these comments, if you look at direct and rebuttal, these are the same comments I provided in the email in July. So the first one was, I believe, July 9th for direct, and rebuttal came shortly after. My attempt was to get these corrected before. So now you have a 3-day deadline. I can extend that. I can give you an entire week to get this in, but you need to get it in correctly. So we can extend that deadline because you've been indicating some computer issues. So instead of the 21st, let's make it the 28th. Okay, so let's get on the record. And we just had a discussion about revising testimony. And so I'm going to, because parties have indicated in prior filings that there's been some computer issues potentially that have been asserted by parties. And because there is a large number of corrections to be made, I can extend the deadline to refile testimony and correct exhibits to create the new deadline of August 28th at 1:30 p.m. Those need to be filed on earth and served to parties and staff by email. And that's nothing new in our process. That's our standard process. We did it at Cardinal Hickory, which WWF was a party to. It's nothing new, nothing, no surprises here. So it's an opportunity now to talk about any questions about these comments. I don't know if you're prepared, Attorney Meyer, to ask those questions, but you have, what I can say is there's still time now to look at these and to understand them. So if you have questions, just email me and I will address those questions with you. As long as they're deal strictly with the refiling requirements, I can just contact me directly and I will respond with the details on how to refile. And we'll strictly be that topic only for those kinds of communications. So so I hope that helps, but I don't think we can, unless you have some very specific questions right now. It doesn't seem like you might not be prepared to do that right now, but if you have some specific questions, give them to me now. Otherwise, I guess we'll address them at a later date. How does that sound?
It sounds fine. I'll make sure Mr. Riffle has this information still this
Okay.
weekend.
Let's do our best then. All right. Okay, so anyone else so let's see, we did WWF. Let's go to commission staff. Any other issues with the list?
Yes, Your Honor, this is Zachary Peters.
On the record for this.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So any issues for staff on the offered evidence list?
Yes, Your Honor. I wanted to provide some clarification to the comments of witness Heffley's confidentiality issues, I guess, with his exhibit. Your Honor's question about the difference between the information in the EIS and what's been deemed confidential in these exhibits or this exhibit.
Okay, I don't know if we actually discussed that with parties. Is that something we need to address? I think, as far as I know, the status quo is working. Is that?
No, Your Honor. It's the comment on
sorry,
Mr. Heffley's exhibit on this offered evidence list.
I did put it in. Okay, yeah. All right. So, I guess I should have just deleted that. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to note, Your Honor, the difference is just regarding the specificity of the differences between the two pieces of information between the EIS and what's contained in the exhibit.
Yes,
and so there is
thanks.
greater specificity in that exhibit.
Yeah, thanks. Staff explained it to me yesterday at the public hearing offline there, and that I should have just deleted that comment. I understand now why the Hefel exhibits filed confidentially and the Hague exhibit, I think, was filed publicly. Hague 9. So yeah, they seem to look similar, but they're different. So it's good. That's good. We did it correctly. We didn't release anything we shouldn't to the public. So I appreciate everyone keeping that clear. And I was just being a little overcautious. So I'm glad it worked out. And let me just delete that. Okay, so anything else with the offered evidence list? Okay, well, hearing nothing, so just so you
Your
know,
Honor?
oh, yes, go ahead.
And this is tangential to it. In various different forms, I've sent Mr. Lawhern links, and they're now, he can't get in. Now he is, we'd be willing to use the affidavit approach. I'm not hearing that any of the other parties are planning on crossing. He filed only direct testimony.
Okay, so what I could do, if we do need to question the witness, we can provide him a phone number. But does anyone have questions for, is it Lawren? Lawhern, is it who you're talking about?
Yes.
Lawhern, any questions for Lawhern? Can we excuse that witness?
Your Honor, this is Eric Clisto. I'm just looking at my my list. Are we talking about Learman, the dog trainer?
No. Lawhern.
I'm sorry, Hunter. Yes, we don't have any questions for him. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, so we can excuse that witness now. There's a trick to doing an affidavit for witness verification. So my advice is to look on Earth for other versions of that, or yeah, just I think there's many on Earth. The trick would be to so this requires refiling. File that document first, then get the Earth number, and that number should go in the affidavit.
If I
So
may
that you're
interrupt, he just indicated he's on the meeting.
all right. Well, if you want to do it now, I think that's probably going to work best. Okay.
Your Honor, the only other thing I had for the exhibits, I think now is probably appropriate to raise it. We contemplate trying to file a late exhibit. As you know, we're going to get in through Sur today a new executed JDA between Vista Sand Solar and the village of Portage. And then it's my understanding that on August 20th, 4 days from now, the county, Portage County, is also going to take up the JDA and very likely approve it. Or that's our hope, certainly. And so we would like to get that into the record. I will certainly endeavor to get stipulations across the board on that, but just if you need a placeholder for that, that would likely be Baker 13.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's mark it Baker 13. If we need to add other Baker exhibits, we'll just add on from that number.
Thank you.
So Baker 12, I guess I didn't pay too much attention to that. That's the JDA for is it for grant? Is that
no, so we already have as an exhibit in the case, right, the JDA with the town of Grant and the town of Plover. This is with the village of Plover.
So the way this would work, just for people who haven't been practicing here, Village of Plover, okay. The applicant will file this. Now the applicant's already made us aware that this is coming. So I don't necessarily need a motion to request additional evidence on this, but upon filing, parties will have 3 working days to review and file an objection. Otherwise, if I don't get any response back in 3 days, I'll just assume there's no objections. So just be cognizant of the filing. I'll wait for 3 days before receiving it, but I think we understand what's coming. I mean, and I'm assuming they haven't approved it yet, but I'm assuming it's substantially similar to the town's version. Is that your understanding, Attorney Callisto?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Just one quick note, Your Honor. So the Baker Exhibit 12 that's coming in today is actually the Village of Plover, and the 13 exhibit that Eric's referencing is the Portage County.
Okay. Yeah, I thought there was a county. Okay, thanks. All right, anything else for the list? Okay, so I just want to say, except for the exhibits that have just come in today or have been identified today, and the well, actually, let me ask. Well, yeah, let me ask first if there's any objections to the surrebuttal that's been filed. People have not gotten a chance to object to those yet. So anyone object to the surrebuttal that's been filed in the case, except for WWFs? No? Okay. So now let's get back to, I can accept for the record all the documents listed on the offered evidence list, except for the new exhibits being identified today. We will review those when the witnesses appear. Then once we get the corrections in and the verifications, if we need those for the witnesses, we need those for those documents will be received into the record. So no need to ask at this point whether they're received or not. Okay, I think we're good to go. So let's soldier on. And we're going to take our WWF witness first. Witness Kier, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. So let me see, can that witness turn video on?
I think I got it on.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Sorry to find you. Going to spotlight you for YouTube. I think that might be the best way to handle this here. All right. So let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So go ahead and introduce your witness, Attorney Meyer.
Yeah, so Mr. Kier, thank you for being here and taking time out of a very important day for your family. You have been involved in this proceeding since the beginning.
Correct.
And have you filed direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I have.
To the best of your knowledge, is all the evidence that you presented in that testimony accurate and truthful?
Yes, it would be.
The testimony resulted in you presenting 3 exhibits, 5 exhibits, 1 through 5. Are you sponsoring those exhibits?
Yes, I am.
The descriptions of those exhibits in your testimony, are they accurate?
They are.
I'm going to ask you a question regarding to deletions of one particular solar field array. And that would be solar field array 21, which is on, I believe, on the east side of the Buena Vista wildlife area.
Yes, it is.
Are you familiar with that property?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware or not aware that that has been on the list for deletion as part of the testimony of the Department of Natural Resources, and to the extent that we endorse their deletions on our list?
It is, but I question whether it should be.
And can you explain, at least to the best of your knowledge, why you believe that that deletion may not be necessary?
Well, it's been a lengthy proceedings, and we've had several maps float across the screen, one of which showed that the 160 acres immediately west of P21 was public land. That is incorrect. If it was public land, then P21 would be in play, but it is not public land. I checked with the Register of Deeds. It is privately owned.
Have you heard from the landowner that owns that land?
I did not contact him, no.
But when did you check the Register of Deeds office?
Week before last, possibly. Fairly recently.
Would you recommend that the Department of Natural Resources and the applicant review the information you're providing, and if they concur that there's no other issue with it, delete that parcel, which would then be available for continued availability for solar arrays?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some questions about Ms. Kardash. Before I do that, have you ever been manager of the Buena Vista wildlife area?
Yes, I have, from about 1982 through my retirement in 2006. A little over 20 years.
Okay. Who succeeded you in that position?
Immediately, it was Gregory Dahl for a short period of time, then Lisa.
Do you know when about? Do you know about when that was?
2006 is when I retired.
Okay. Have you had contact and involvement with Ms. Kardash since she has become manager of the Buena Vista wildlife area?
I have had contact, but not to any great degree, George.
Are you on the advisory committee?
Yes, I am.
Yes. And have you, does she have a role in that committee?
Yes, the advisory committee is the committee that finalized the development of the new Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan, which was approved by the Natural Resources Board.
And based on your experience and knowledge of greater prairie chickens on the Buena Vista wildlife area, do you have an opinion as to the degree of her expertise in regarding to one, managing that property, and two, of her skills and knowledge about greater prairie chickens.
Your Honor, I'm going to object here on two grounds. First, it's not obvious to me, and I've given Mr. Meyer some rope here on how this is relevant to Sir rebuttal that was filed in this case. It appears he's going down a path to bolster Ms. Kardash in some different way. Second, Lisa Kardash is no longer a witness in this case, as we will learn from the DNR itself. So I don't understand the relevance of it.
Okay, can you explain, Attorney Meyer?
Yes, and maybe I'm being overcautious. I'm doing it prophylactically. That there is this transfer that's taken place.
Right.
And I am concerned that the applicant, through their legal counsel, may use that as a way of diminishing the testimony of Ms. Kardash. Now, and I believe Mr. Cure has some pretty unique ability to assess her skills in managing the property and on managing the population of greater prairie chickens, and I think would provide valuable evidence to the commission that in no way should her testimony be diminished by the change in representation of the Department of Natural Resources.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may respond. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
He's asking for a character witness here. This is not a forum for character witness to bolster her reputation. He also said he never worked with her. So I don't even know how he could provide that, even if it was allowed.
Yes, I was going down that path, but also I guess I would like to hear from other interveners or staff if they have an opinion.
Your Honor, this is Zachary Peters from the Commission. The Commission doesn't have, I think, a position with regards to this objection itself, but simply to note that it is true that witness Heffley will be adopting and then subsequently sponsoring the testimony previously filed by witness Kardash based on his position at the DNR in relationship with Ms. Kardash. And so I don't know that I necessarily have a position with regards to the objection here or the relevance of the testimony being given, except to say that it is true Ms. Kardash is no longer a witness in this proceeding. Her prior testimony is being adopted by witness Heffley in whole, but with some clarifications to those prior positions, as well as noted in Mr. Heffley's rebuttal.
Right. So any other interveners want to chime in here? So this is an interesting issue because it does happen on occasion where a witness who's filed written testimony before the hearing is not available for verifying or being subject to cross. And under reasonable restrictions, I do allow a witness to stand in the shoes of the original. So in this case, we even have the opportunity to the benefit of reading this new witness's rebuttal, which sometimes doesn't occur. So we do see, so it's no surprise here, we have the rebuttal for witness Heffley here, in which the witness is sponsoring and adopting the prior testimony and exhibits of Ms. Kardash. That's on the rebuttal halfway, page 2. Now, if the DNR's position regarding its position in the case has changed, it needs to clarify that today. But the testimony is in the record. Like I said, I am accepting everything, hasn't been objected to, and I haven't ruled against. So that testimony is available for parties to argue about and the commission to review. I do want to give some latitude to parties in terms of trying to navigate a situation like this where a party is substituting one witness for another. And so I do want to provide WWF the opportunity to do what it's doing now. But I think from the answers of the questions I've heard, if the witness does not have knowledge or has not been involved with witness Kardash's experience at managing Buena Vista, there may be an objection in terms of relevance or foundation. But I do want to give some latitude in terms of the process of curing the situation to all parties' satisfaction, because it's just the nature of the beast. If we can't get a witness here, we do this substitution process, but we want to make sure everyone has due process in terms of that accommodation. So I guess we'll just flag this, and I think the issue is whether this witness Keel can really answer the questions you're asking, Attorney Meyer. So
May I lay some more foundation?
yeah, please go ahead with some more questions. I'll allow it.
Mr. Curie, you did indicate you were on the advisory committee for the Greater Prairie Chicken. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the responsibility of that group?
The responsibility of that group was to take the first draft of the management plan that was put together by the committee, another committee that drafted the first iteration, and make any revisions. Kardash was the chairperson for both of the committees involved with drafting the plan.
And what was well, based on your interactions with her, and she was the lead on that drafting that plan for the department, as I recall. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on how many meetings were there on this?
I really don't know. Several.
Well, based on putting, now the management plan has a lot of technical information about the habitat and the characteristics of the greater prairie chicken as part of that plan, correct?
That's right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and this is an estimate. That document, I believe, is almost 200 pages. Is that correct?
Yes.
Based on your interaction with Ms. Kardash through the development of this plan, did you get impression of her skills and knowledge about the behaviors and just the general characteristics of the greater prairie chicken?
She had already been involved with the prairie chicken management program for several years at that time, and the advisory committee made several major changes to the original draft. She helped make those changes and approved them.
What about her skills and knowledge?
As far as I could tell from sitting in the office, everything was fine. I think the only thing I could say about her operation is that I believe, and I asked her about this, that it was underfunded and she was understaffed, which made it difficult to do everything she wanted to do, obviously.
Was Mr. Suring on your advisory committee?
He is.
Is any other witness to this proceeding, have they served on the committee?
I am Sharon Schwab, Dane County
Yes.
Conservation.
Okay, we can't have another person speaking.
Okay, thank you.
I think my understanding is that may be in testimony, no? in the written filings?
Yes, you're correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so speculate.
No further questions of this witness.
All right. Okay, so the witness is available for cross, I hope. Let's have any questions for witness Kier.
I do have questions, Your Honor.
All right, and I'm trying to find you on my screen. Just a minute here. Oh, Attorney Peterson, you spoke? Is that?
Aaron Callisto.
Okay. So I just go off the record. There you are. Okay. I don't know. I'm having a little technical issue here. All right, let's get back on the record. Okay, a question.
Judge,
Yes?
you can drag their boxes all to the top.
Yes, it's
not working.
Well, maybe let's try it. No.
That's what I do. I put all the attorneys at the top.
It's highlighting them and taking over the screen when I do that for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay.
It might be something that because I was doing something yesterday different, and yeah, it's okay. Oh, wait, maybe. It keeps switching. Okay, it keeps switching the view. That's why. Okay. Yeah, all right, just give me a second. Oh, did it again. All right, it's good enough. Okay, so we have questions for witness Kier. Go ahead, Attorney Callisto.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kier.
Morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if you wouldn't mind pulling up Exhibit WDNR Hayful 1.
Absolutely. Just give me a second here. Did you say WDNR?
Hayful 1.
Okay, so we'll bring up well, I don't know how much this is going to work. Do we need to go into closed?
It is provided as public, so I don't believe we need to go into close. There's nothing there about lecking locations or other sensitive stuff.
Okay, well, let me open this and see if this is what you want. So that's the public version.
I'm sorry.
Your Honor, this
No,
is
you're
from the commission. I just wanted to clarify with this. There is a second page to this exhibit.
Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
Thank you. And that is the
Does that
page.
work?
Thank you for the
Go ahead.
thank you
then.
for the
Sorry.
clarification, counsel. Mr. Hayful, I want to ask you a question too about the Sir rebuttal you just got from your own attorney. I understand that from your testimony that the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation now supports inclusion in the project of what is on this diagram at WDNR Hayful 1 marked as P21. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with that that difference from Mr. Hayful, do you otherwise agree with Mr. Hayful's recommendation for areas that should not be built on as described in his rebuttal testimony?
No, to the degree that his recommendations differs from Kardash's, I do not agree.
So that's what I want to understand. So what is your recommendation for areas that should not be built on?
Well, if you look at P37, P44, and immediately west of P44 is P43. Some of each of those, more of each of those. We're using the half a mile from boundary of our property, 1 mile from boundary of the most recent LEC survey. And so that would include a little bit more of P37, the rest of P44, and about the southeast half, or a little less than the southeast half of P43, which does not show, it's not labeled on this map.
And you're speaking on behalf of WWF with that recommendation?
I am, and I just forgot one more too. It's P23, which is to the north a little bit. And it again is not labeled, but it is within a half mile of our grassland property. So that would be included in our
And
recommendation.
so the recommendation you just described, is that consistent with Ms. Kardash's recommendations, either her primary or alternate recommendations?
I believe it would be, yes.
So you understand the DNR is no longer supporting that and is supporting the recommendation as described in Mr. Hafel's rebuttal testimony.
I do.
You, as you mentioned earlier and in your pre-file testimony, you were on the advisory committee for the DNR's Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan for the period 2022-2032.
Correct.
Fair to say you had substantial input and review of that document before it was finalized?
Fairly substantial, very substantial. We made significant changes from the original draft.
And the changes that were made were, in your opinion, consistent with what WWF wanted to see in that draft?
Yes.
And do you agree?
Objection. I don't know. I would state this, that Mr. Kier was not representing the WWF.
No, I was not. I was representing Wisconsin Green Fire.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Do you believe that the recommendations that you made and the final version of that management plan are consistent with Green Fire's position?
Yes, but none of the recommendations had anything to do with the development of solar power.
I'm just asking you about the final version of the report. Was it consistent with Green Fire's view of how that report should ultimately be finalized?
I believe it was, yes.
And as a representative of WWF in this proceeding, do you believe the final report is consistent with WWF's positions?
I believe so.
Your Honor, can you please pull up Exhibit Clean Wisconsin Matheson 10?
Once again, I'm going to object. I do not believe the Federation took a position on that document, our board of directors either way. So I don't believe Mr. Kier can indicate what WWF's position was on it. We may have, or we may not have, concurred with it.
Your Honor, he's a representative of that organization in this proceeding. He's just represented. He believes it's consistent with their view. He's allowed to be redirected by his counsel.
Yeah, I believe we'll need clarification as to the questions and answers. So let's review this, and if there's more questions to ask, we'll have you ask them. So this is Matheson 10.
And Mr. Kier, this is the 2022-2032 management plan that we've been talking about, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, the pages unfortunately are not numbered, but can you please go to what I believe is PDF page 454?
See how close we get. Oh, sorry. Is that future management? Is that what we're looking for?
It is not. That is the next page. I'm sorry. If we could go down to what is subheading A on that next page, thank you. Mr. Kier, you're familiar with the recommendations in this report, particularly the key actions that are listed here on this exhibit?
Yes, I am.
And based upon the text of that report, the key recommendations are listed in order of priority, correct?
I don't believe they're in priority order, but they're all high priority, if that's what you're getting at.
Can you please read the sentence that begins under subparagraph A, sub I, that begins with the word, the first 6 key actions? Please read that sentence.
The first 6 key actions detailed below are of highest priority for the management plan and can be accomplished via a variety of funding sources.
Do you believe the words highest priority mean those are the most important priorities of this particular plan based upon the authors?
Yes, all 6.
The first one is effectively increasing woody vegetation removal and control on the 3 managed lands, correct?
Yes, it is.
What has WWF done to facilitate that?
WWF has not really been involved in the development of this management plan at all.
I'm asking, what have they done to implement this first piece, which is increased woody vegetation removal?
They're simply not involved in the management of the property at all.
The second priority is maintain current levels of prescribed burns on those same properties, correct?
Yes.
The third priority in rank order is increase conservation grazing on the 3 managed lands.
Yes, it is.
The fourth on the next page, Your Honor, is effectively a priority to add staffing capacity, correct?
Yes.
The fifth priority is to continue annual population monitoring, meaning monitoring the chicken populations on the three pieces of
Yes.
property.
Yes.
And the final is expand WDNR involvement in greater prairie chicken education. Correct?
Yes. Yeah,
Have I
that's right.
accurately described those 6 priorities?
You have.
And if you know, has WWF been involved in any of those 6 priorities?
Oh, again, WWF, along with a lot of other organizations, have not been involved with the development of this plan or the execution of this plan.
And all 6 of those priorities focus on management of the existing resource, correct?
Yes.
And if we go down to Roman numeral 2, can you please read the first sentence there?
The
That
following
begins with the
key
word.
act,
Sorry, go ahead. Thank you.
was I in the right place?
You are. Thank you.
The following key action is second in priority to habitat management on state managed lands. That's the first sentence.
And in summary, that Roman numeral 2 addresses the issue of getting additional land to be part of or connect the conservation areas, correct?
That's certainly included here. I'm just checking. Yes, I guess you're correct.
And you would agree that the DNR and the authors of that report put that as second in priority to managing the already existing state managed lands?
Yes.
And in your direct testimony, you summarized what I've just described and we've walked through in 2 primary ways, meaning 2 primary categories. First, increasing the grassland on the Buena Vista wildlife area by enhance management techniques, and second, acquiring additional land adjacent to the property to convert to grassland habitat. Is that a fair characterization of your direct testimony?
That is what I had in the testimony, correct?
And if funding is provided for either one of those two priorities, would you agree that that would advance the Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan?
Yes,
So if funding was provided to aid the DNR and others with management on site of existing wildlife lands, that would advance the goals of the Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan?
I believe it would. Yes,
And if funding was provided to allow additional lands to be added to or connect the existing conservation lands, that would also advance the Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan.
it would. Both are important, correct?
No further questions.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. I think Attorney Callisto, you did describe the listing at one point as being in rank order, but I don't think we established that through the witness. I just wanted to be clear if we understand each other. So
Well, I can ask him another question on that, Your Honor.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Kier, do you believe the statement that you read, the first sentence of sub A, sub I, provides a rank order of 1 through 6 in that paragraph?
Well, if you mean that by rank order, if you mean one is more important than the other 5, no, they're all equally important.
You would agree that those 6, at least as described in that report, are more important than the purchase of new land or the addition of new land?
Well, to the degree that it's important to maintain what we already have before we make an attempt to get more, I would agree. But acquiring more property is a legitimate way of expanding the population. If we had an opportunity to buy more land, we would do that.
To do that, you require funding, though, correct?
Right.
And funding is in short order, fair enough?
It is in short order, but sometimes funding might be earmarked, like a piece of property we just acquired on another property to the south. That those funds were earmarked towards acquisition and the property was purchased.
I'm sorry, one more thing. The ALJ asked about the order of priority. No, strike that. I'm done, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Other parties wish to cross? No one? Commission staff?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. All right. Thanks very much, Witness Kier. You're excused.
Your Honor, I'd like to read.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks for checking me. Yes, redirect, please.
Mr. Kier, before I let you go celebrate your mother's 100th birthday,
Right.
I won't keep you too long. Were you in any way representing the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation on the advisory committee?
I was not. I became a representative of WWF at the beginning of this testimony.
Since it's been brought up about the management plan, was there much detailed discussion? I'll let you characterize it. But I don't want to put words in your mouth. Was there much discussion, detailed discussion about the threat of placing solar arrays on the boundary of the Buena Vista Wildlife Area?
There was not. It was not even imagined at that time. There was a statement in the management plan referencing a problem should energy development programs arise, but no detailed discussion of solar at all.
Well, Mr. Kerr, I'm finished, and once again, we can't send a card to your mother, but please pass on at least the Federation's regards.
I'll do that, and I apologize if I'm making anybody else late here by being first, but I appreciate it.
No, we try to accommodate when we can, so we're glad to do that.
Thank you much.
Okay, so no further questions. We'll excuse you. Thanks very much.
Okay. Good luck with the rest of the day.
Yeah. Well, just tune in on YouTube. You'll catch the whole thing. I'm sure you'll want to do that. All right, so we're going to switch gears. It's 11:28. Hopefully we can get one or two applicant witnesses in before we need a break. So, although I've lost our court reporter on the screen here, there you are. Should leave us yet. Okay, so let's start with a few applicant witnesses. So go ahead, Vista Sands, and call your first witness. Oh wait, before we do that, I'm sorry. Wait. I just wanted to mention I did find the Clean Wisconsin Mathewson surrebuttal and put it into the offered evidence list, so it is going to be received. Okay, apologize for that. Go ahead, it's Attorney Callisto.
Mr. Sansola calls Dr. David Loomis to the stand.
I'm sorry, repeat that name one more time.
Dr. David Loomis.
Okay. All right. Just give me a hand up, or actually just say something. It'll pop up on my screen.
I'm here.
There you go. All right, great. All right, let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead with this witness.
Dr. Loomis, did you cause to be filed direct testimony, one exhibit, and were you also the author of Appendix Z, the economic impact analysis that was part of the CPCN application here?
Yes.
And if asked those same questions, would you give the same answers today?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or modifications to that pre-filed testimony or exhibit?
No.
The witness is available for cross.
Okay, any questions for this witness?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
Your Honor, may he be excused from the hearing?
Yeah, I believe so. At this point, there are no questions. If there's some pressing matter, we'll recall him if possible, but I think at this point he's free to leave.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great.
Your Honor, this is Alex Peterson from the applicant. We'd like to call Dr. Larry Witzling to the stand.
All right, again, just give me, I see you there. Perfect. I'll just unmute you my end. All right, I'll swear you in. Raise your right hand. If you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Great. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Witzling, did you cause to be filed direct testimony as well as 3 exhibits in this docket?
I did.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
No.
And is the testimony and are the exhibits that you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes.
No further questions. Witness available for cross.
Any questions?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Sansola calls Jim Okray to the stand.
I see you there. I'm gonna unmute you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Okray, did you cause to be filed direct and rebuttal pre-filed testimony in 1 exhibit in this case?
Yes.
If asked the same questions, would you give the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
Do you have any changes or modifications to that pre-filed testimony or exhibit?
No.
And are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Witnesses available for cross.
Any questions?
No cross, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Vista Sand Solar calls Andrew Lyons to the stand.
Yep, you'll have to give me a heads up here to say something, please.
Oh, good morning.
Gotcha there. Okay. All right, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Lyons, did you cause to be filed direct testimony as well as one exhibit in this docket? Were you the author of application appendix AA?
I was.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
I would.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibit?
I do not.
Is the testimony and exhibit you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Witness is available for cross.
Any questions?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Vista Sand Solar calls Carl Broberg to the stand.
Okay. Just say hello.
Hello.
There you go. All right. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Broberg, did you cause to be filed direct testimony as well as one exhibit in this docket?
I did.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibit?
I do not.
And is the testimony and exhibit that you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes, it is.
The witness is available for cross.
Any questions?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks. You're excused.
Thank you.
Vista Sand Solar calls Chris Andrews to the stand.
Okay. Give me another hello.
I'm here.
All right. I see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thanks.
Mr. Andrews, did you cause to be filed direct testimony in one exhibit in this case?
I did.
And if asked the same questions, would you give the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
Do you have any changes or modifications to your pre-filed testimony or exhibit?
No, I don't.
And are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
The witness is available for cross.
Any questions?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Vista Sand Solar calls Dr. Daniel Howard to the stand.
Good morning. I'm here.
All right. Great. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Dr. Howard, did you cause to be filed rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony as well as 3 exhibits in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
No, I don't.
Is the testimony and are the exhibits that you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes, absolutely.
The witness is available for cross.
Questions for the witness?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right. You're excused. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Vista Sand Solar calls Dr. Samuel Fullendorf to the stand.
I see you there. All right. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'm having trouble hearing you. Let me see if I can fix that. You're unmuted, so let's go off the record and
Is this better?
that's much better. Yes. Okay, great. All right. Back on the record. Go ahead with this witness.
Did you cause to be filed rebuttal, surrebuttal testimony as well as 4 exhibits in this case?
I did.
And if asked those same questions, would you give the same answers today?
I would.
Do you have any changes or modifications to that pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
I do not.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
The witness is available for cross-examination.
Do we have questions? And
No cross, Your Honor.
any questions? No one? Okay, I thought there may have been some, so just making sure. Okay, excellent. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Sansolar calls Brian Bubb to the stand.
I'm here.
There you go. All right. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Bubb, did you cause to be filed direct rebuttal and sir rebuttal's testimony as well as 10 exhibits in this case?
Yes.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
No.
Is the testimony and are the exhibits you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the sir rebuttal testimony of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources witness Ryan Hafel?
Yes.
Mr. Hafel recommends an order point for the elimination of project array areas near the Buena Vista wildlife area that is different from the previous recommendations by WDNR witnesses and the final environmental impact statement. Does Mr. Hafel's new recommendation change your analysis in this docket regarding the lack of scientific support for a setback from the Buena Vista wildlife area?
No, I do not support Mr. Hafel's new recommendation, and it does not change any of my analysis in my prior testimony.
Have you reviewed the sir rebuttal testimony of WWF witness James Keir?
Yes.
At page 10 of his sir rebuttal testimony, Mr. Keir acknowledges there is no empirical scientific evidence to support the need for a half-mile project setback from the Buena Vista wildlife area and a 1 mile project setback from Lex to prevent adverse impacts on the greater prairie chicken, and instead justifies WWF's recommended project setbacks based on his observational experience as manager of the Buena Vista wildlife area. What is your opinion of the project based on your experience mitigating the impacts of electric utility infrastructure on bird species and other wildlife?
Based on my 20 years of experience working to avoid, minimize, and mitigate direct impacts of electric utility infrastructure to birds and other wildlife, and my review of the greater prairie chicken literature, it is my position that this project strikes a balance that is reasonable and prudent by avoiding direct take of greater prairie chicken, avoiding direct impacts to known nesting and lekking habitat, adding 160 acres of greater prairie chicken conservation land, substantially increasing insect and seed foraging resources for greater prairie chicken, and reducing massive quantities of pesticides and fertilizers from being applied to the landscape, all while delivering tremendous amounts of clean energy, which decreases the long-term threats of climate change to the greater prairie chicken and other wildlife species in Wisconsin's Central Sands region.
Does this conclude your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it does.
The witness is available for cross.
Okay, questions, and we can go through, looks like there may be some interest here, so just so we keep organized, we'll start alphabetically with the interveners. So any questions from Clean?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Renew.
Oh, Your Honor.
No, and WWF.
I believe our testimony already responds very heavily to the comments just made.
Okay, so no questions. All right, very good. Commission staff, anything?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right, great. All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Sansolar calls Chris Picard to the stand.
Hi, there you are. All right. Do you swear or affirm? Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Oh, I should have saw that. Yeah, I can do that from here. There we go. Okay, just answer that question, please.
I do.
Perfect. All right, thanks.
Mr. Picard, did you cause to be filed direct, supplemental direct, and rebuttal testimony as well as 6 exhibits
I'm
in
sorry,
this case?
Mr. Callisto, you just garbled on me. Can you start that question
Sorry.
over?
Yep.
That's okay.
Let me start it over. Mr. Picard, did you cause to be filed direct, supplemental direct, and rebuttal testimony as well as 6 exhibits in this case?
I did. Yes.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
No.
Is the testimony and are the exhibits you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources witness Ryan Hafel?
Yes.
At page 4 of his rebuttal testimony, Mr. Hafel recommends a new order point for the elimination of project array areas near the Buena Vista wildlife area. If Mr. Hafel's order point was adopted, how much solar capacity in the project's primary and alternative array areas would be eliminated?
Mr. Hafel's recommended order point would eliminate approximately 268 megawatts of
Hang on,
primary.
I'm just gonna interrupt for a second. And you're also a little garbled on your audio. Maybe just get closer to your mic might be helpful.
Sure, I'll get a little closer here.
That's better, yeah.
All right.
Do we need to start over? I couldn't hear some of that, but
I'll start over.
okay, all right.
Mr. Hafel's recommended order point would eliminate approximately 266.8 megawatts of primary array capacity and 136.4 megawatts of alternative array capacity. Mr. Hafel's recommendation would have essentially the same impact on the project's capacity as the alternative Kardash setback as described at page 3 of my rebuttal testimony.
Have you reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources witness Stacy Rowe?
Yes.
Do you agree with Ms. Rowe's revised order point recommendation regarding fence height proposed on page 2 of her rebuttal testimony?
Yes, assuming there is no change in the NEC code.
Do you agree with Ms. Rowe's updated order point recommendation regarding bottom apertures in the project fencing proposed on pages 2 and 3 of her rebuttal testimony?
Yes, assuming there is no change in NEC code.
Do you agree with Ms. Rowe's updated order point recommendation regarding seed mixes for the project's vegetation proposed on page 4 of her rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the rebuttal testimony of WWF witness Tom Haig or Hogue?
Yes.
It's Hoagie.
Okay, one person speaking, and you're not speaking now, sir.
Mr. Hoagie identified 6 locations in the project area that he believes will create potential trap situations for animals encountering the project's fencing. These locations are identified in his exhibit number 9. How do the updated project wildlife corridors described in your rebuttal testimony address these potential trap situations?
Exhibit Vista Sand Solar PCAR 7 displays the locations of the wildlife corridors created in array areas 8, 9, 10, 14, and 15 during the 2024 redesign. These corridors are typically 100 feet wide and up to a mile long. They will be planted with either the Graminoid Plus seed mix or the Solar Grassland Bird Conservation seed mix and maintained in accordance with the project vegetation management plan. The east-west corridors in array areas 8 and 9 were created to decrease the size of those fenced array areas and bisect those sections. The new corridors in array areas 14, 15, and the north-south corridor in array area 9 follow drainages and reduce the size of those fenced areas. Because no fences cross waterways, all waterways crossing array areas already serve as wildlife corridors. The resolution of the map provided by Mr. Hoggy does not clearly depict the numerous wildlife corridors that exist throughout the project. Exhibit Vista Sand Solar PCAR 8 depicts the locations noted by Mr. Hoggy and shows all project areas outside of the fence that will serve as wildlife corridors. This makes it apparent that wildlife will have numerous options to move in any direction from each of the locations noted by Mr. Hoggy. These corridors are typically 100 feet wide or greater.
Do you believe the commission should require Vista Sand Solar to prepare a wildlife corridor management plan, as Mr. Hoggy suggests?
No. The guidelines established in the JDA and the general project configuration will provide ample wildlife movement opportunities for large mammals such as deer and coyotes, which are exceptionally adaptable to moving through landscapes such as this.
Does this conclude your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, proposed exhibits PCAR 7 and 8 were provided yesterday as required by the scheduling order. We move to admit them into evidence, and this witness is available for cross.
Okay, any objections to receiving 7 and 8? Okay, so there.
Well, Your Honor, I'm just going to ask a question now. Just a second. We'll have Mr. Hody testify. But do you
Are you
recommend?
wait, hang on, sir, are you objecting to the offer of those exhibits?
No.
No, okay, so let me move them in first. So I'll receive exhibits PCAR 7 and 8. And so let me ask Attorney Callisto, is this witness available for cross?
He's available, Your Honor. Before we jump in, I wanted to note, because we haven't gotten to it yet, you had in your email yesterday some potential suggestions for briefing, including some DNR issues.
Yes.
Had I thought about it in advance, I may have held on Mr. PCAR's testimony in the event that we have to address some of that when we talk about it. It's possible he has testimony relevant to that, but at this point, I guess I'll wait till we have that conversation, and if necessary, recall him.
Okay, if that's fine. Let's do it that way. That's probably best. I just don't want to forget. Don't want to forget. I think. Well, if we take a break, we can discuss the briefing issues at the beginning of the next portion of the hearing. So yeah, we can hold on that. So the witness is available for cross. Let me just make sure we have everyone accounted for. Did Clean have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
No, and then Renew.
No, this is Mr. Picard, right? Or Chris.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Picard, yeah. And now we can move on to Wisconsin Wildlife Federation. Go ahead, Attorney Meyer. And I want to apologize. I thought it was the witness speaking, correcting the name. Now I realized it was probably you. I wasn't paying attention, so I did not mean to cut you off there. But go ahead.
Mr. Picard, did you study the details on the map presented by Mr. Hauge as exhibit number 9?
Yes.
Did you recognize that, in fact, did you read his testimony?
Yes.
Did you recognize the areas in which he discussed were dead ends with 3 sides fenced?
Yes.
How were those addressed in your plan?
So as I said in my sir rebuttal, the resolution of that map, you cannot see the fact that those areas are actually all broken up, and there are no areas that form giant U's or C's as shown in the example of the paper that he had submitted. So I don't know if we can show exhibit, my second exhibit.
Okay, the car 8. Yes, we can show you that.
Yeah. Okay. So what we did here was we took Mr. Huggy's map and digitized the points that he had indicated. You can see those are numbered 1 through 6. Then using GIS, we took a shapefile of the fenced array areas, and the primary are pink, the alternate are yellow, and intersected that with the entire project boundary. And so all those green areas in between, that's basically roadways. Those are wildlife corridors that we have inserted. So really, if there's a deer or a coyote, like at any of those points, say number 3, if that coyote wants to move west, there is a corridor right through there. If it wants to move east, there is a corridor along Buena Vista Creek. If it wants to move north, there's a corridor up a drain, and then either left or right, and so on.
And I'm going to ask the administrative law judge, this is the first time we have seen this document. I have not had a chance to consult with Mr. Hauge. To a layperson's eye, it appears some of those corridors are of green, are extremely narrow, at least one of them or two of them. And I think it would be necessary for to have some review of this by Mr. Hauge and make a determination whether he thinks those are sufficient size that white-tailed deer would use them, or if they're so narrow they may feel uncomfortable and not wish to go through them.
Your Honor, may I be heard on this?
Yeah, I go ahead.
So exhibits 8 and 9 were provided consistent with your scheduling order yesterday at 1:30 p.m. They're directly in response to Mr. Huggy's rebuttal testimony. Excuse me, in response to his rebuttal testimony. Yes. So they were provided timely. Counsel could have had his witness look at them before today's hearing. Certainly, if he needs some time between now and afterwards, he'll have the break. He can discuss it with his witness. But these were timely filed, and we should not have any delay in this proceeding because of the timeliness.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I'm not contesting that it was consistent with your scheduling order, but it doesn't leave much time for Mr. Hauge and I. We were preparing for this hearing to even consult about this and make a determination. It's a technical.
I'll note your concern, but we're moving on. So there will be opportunity to call Mr. Hoagie to the stand, at which point he can give testimony. He can answer your questions about this document perfectly fair. And I think Attorney Callisto is correct in that the time that was provided by the schedule has been provided. It's not like this document was being withheld before the time that it was submitted and served. So, this is a documents coming in late in the game, but not late on the schedule. So it's just a matter of course, in these types of proceedings that we have to deal with. But it is responsive. It does, and there's been no objections to the document. I probably don't need to say much more. But
would this be, Mr. Bakar, would his witness be available to recall?
That's certainly appropriate. But what we can do, I think if the witness, and I'll leave it up to the parties and staff to ask the questions, but perhaps we could investigate from this witness the distances between the corridors that the witness perceives and intends understands this to represent, so that we get some details from Vista Sand Solar's expert on the corridor widths.
Sure.
And I think my understanding from what the witness said is that this is a GIS map. There may be a scale provided or a scale that can be, described here, that there is a scale on the map. So it's potentially maybe difficult, but there's a potential to be able to calculate that without additional testimony, but it may be useful to have the witness explain a little bit more about that. I guess, I guess one One question, I was just wondering about the map, if the witness could describe, you mentioned water corridors being in the area, providing wildlife, an opportunity to move around and in and out of the arrays. But what I understand is the map doesn't show the water access that's provided in the geography here. Is that
Yeah, that is correct. The waterway layers are not depicted, but
you would assert those are also wildlife corridors, the waterways.
oh, absolutely, yeah, the riparian corridors, and like you can see one between points 2 and 3. There's a very wide green band, and northwest of that, there's a diagonal band. It's because there's a waterway going through there, and so we're always set back from waterways.
Is there another map? I'm sure there's a waterway map, but is there one that can be used in conjunction with this to give you a more complete view?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of the question. In conjunction with the
is there a waterway map that can be used in conjunction with the exhibit we have here, so that a more complete view of the corridors can be perceived?
Oh, absolutely. I don't remember the actual number, but the wetland waterway map also has all the fenced areas on it. And so you can see where the waterways are, and you can see where the fences are set back on either side of a road, which is two different types of passage through the project area.
How difficult would it be to add the waterway layer to this, to your exhibit here?
Well, we couldn't do it today, but we could have it, added next week, no problem.
Okay. So I think that would be useful to have in the record. Let's mark that Picard 9. And for this one, since it's probably harder to perceive this, we'll have, well, let me ask first, how long do you think it would take for you to create that and have it available to parties?
We could probably have it Monday.
Okay. So it was filed on Monday. Well, I'll say it will give the applicant should, let's do it this way. Let's have the applicant share it with parties and staff, and then file it if there's agreement. No, I'm not going to do that. How about file it with a motion for leave to offer additional evidence, and that'll trigger our 3-day window to object. But I think getting a more complete view of this would be useful, so that we're not having to flip pages and try to put those two corridor presentations together in one place. So if you can get it in on Monday with a motion or a request for leave to offer additional evidence, that'll give parties and staff 3-day opportunity to object. If I get no objections, it'll go in. We get objections, it'll trigger more briefing, but hopefully this won't be too controversial, especially since I think that information is already in the record. We're just presenting it in a different way. So let me hand you back to the parties. Who wants to ask those questions about the corridor width? Can we do that on cross?
I'm happy to do it, Your Honor, if it's easier.
Okay, well, why don't we'll have Attorney Callisto go ahead with those specific questions on the map corridor width.
Your Honor, can you please go down to the legend on the map at the bottom?
Sure. Would it help if I minimize this any, or do you want to keep it?
I just want to read the text on the bottom.
Oh.
There we go. Mr. Picard, we have a request here for a little more detail, particularly on the width of the corridors. Can you please read the description of the green areas that Stantec put in the map legend of what is now currently Exhibit 8?
Yes, unfenced areas within project area, 20 to 200 feet plus corridors.
does that mean that at a minimum, the corridors that are represented on Exhibit 8 are at least 20 feet in width?
Yeah, and actually, in thinking about it now, that's probably a little bit misleading, because that would be areas where the fence was adjacent to the project boundary, and on the other side of the project boundary, there would be nothing, right? It's hard for me to think of a situation where the fences would be closer than 100 feet apart from each other. When we added the new corridors in areas 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, those were set generally at a standard width of 100 feet. In other areas where we've got fenced areas on other side of the street from each other, those fences are typically 100 feet apart from each other as well. Some of the areas where we connected into a drainage way, that's where we start getting those 200-foot corridors. So in summary, 100-foot is a typical width of the corridors within the project area.
But nothing less than 20 feet, correct?
No.
That's correct. Yes.
Correct.
Witness is available for further cross.
All right, so take it away, Attorney Meyer.
Mr. Picard, you heard the council talk about a 20-foot width. I'm assuming you're not comfortable with that being the adequacy of a corridor for a white-tailed deer to pass through, are you?
Well, I mean, white-tailed deer will travel just about anywhere, but I'm looking closely at this now, and I'd be hard pressed to find an area that is actually a 20-foot corridor. That may be some of those connector corridors, which should be removed because they are below ground areas.
Well, let me ask you the question of you said though that there's at least a few 100-foot wide corridors, is that correct?
Correct.
Do any of those have roads through them?
Yes.
So you have, when I'm visioning, correct me, because not only can't I read this map because it doesn't have all the information shown. I'm not on site, but I've looked at other solar facilities, and I'm envisioning a setback from a road where there's a green patch of some type of vegetation, and then the fence.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm envisioning is there's 100-foot, and then there's some grass, and then there's a roadway.
Mm-hmm.
And so would that not put in some of those areas the deer passing down or very close to roads?
Yes, it would.
Are you familiar with the high degree of deer road accidents in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes, I think we all are.
And I understand there's going to be, during certain times of the year, significant passage down some of these roads. I believe that's testimony provided by the applicant. Is that your understanding?
I mean, deer are always moving across the landscape, and deer are already using roadways as wildlife corridors. And so I don't really see a problem with this.
See if I have immediately, otherwise I may be able to bring it up with another I may have leave to look for some very specific information.
We could go off the record for a minute.
Somewhere I have some very good statistics on auto accidents and
So we're off the record at this point. Did you need a few minutes to look up something that's in the record to ask the witness?
yes, please. I have to find whose testimony it is in.
Okay. So while we're off the record, I did want to mention, it sounds like road corridors, maybe another, I guess maybe the map should just reflect all the habitat corridors that are in play in the project area. So if roads are another one that's being claimed, or we all agree is a habitat corridor for better or for worse, we could add that layer too, and we can go on the record and discuss. I just wanted to bring that up. If people have other ideas of what layers should be shown in order to display the complete set of wildlife corridors, we should put it in this the new exhibit.
I'm ready to go back on the
Okay.
record.
All right, go ahead, Attorney Meyer.
Would you be surprised with the following statement? And it will be put into evidence later. But it's already on the record, actually. And I will cite the record as Sir Rebuttal WWF Kamrowski 15 and lines 7 through 10. And this deals with another issue about the value of hunting in the state. But the statistic provided by Mr. Kamrowski as an example, 16,204 reported deer-related crashes occurred in Wisconsin in 2021, resulting in 9 fatalities, 564 injuries, and the average cost of deer auto accidents in Wisconsin is between $3,000 and $6,000. Would those figures surprise you as being facts?
No.
Before I finish my questions, I'd just like to clarify with Mr. Law Judge. What I'm hearing is the company is going to be allowed to put on its waterway a layer. So we see the riparian areas in addition to what we have on the Picar 8. And then we'll have 3 days to object in. When you say brief, what are you looking for in the brief? A rebuttal testimony, an adequacy of those corridors?
Well, it depends on the situation. Yes, a response to a motion for leave to offer additional evidence could be simply an objection based on relevance objections, legal objections, or it could offer countervailing evidence and rebuttal. So that would be an opportunity to offer a counter exhibit or explain something that's not that seems incomplete with the requesters. With that, it's something that's incomplete to supplement the request and clarify it on behalf of the other party, or a request for some other process if that's needed before evidence is received. So I guess from what I'm intending, if this is documentation already in the record and we're putting the layers together in a new exhibit, I'm thinking the potential for objecting may be low because we're not adding information. But it's a process where we're allowing so that in case there's some inaccuracy or some depiction that's not what we intended, it does allow the parties to object to it. But yes, a response to the request would involve the opportunity to either present a legal objection or to present countervailing evidence, or both. I did want to mention that we discussed off the record adding other layers that we can agree on were our wildlife corridors. Hopefully, if we could agree on that, we won't have to argue about it. But so I was proposing waterways, and then it also sounds like, based on the testimony I've heard, that roadways are a wildlife corridor for better or for worse, but it seems to be something that would be considered a wildlife corridor. So I guess I could take comment on whether that's appropriate, and if there are any other wildlife corridors that should be added in terms of adding the additional layers to the new exhibit.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Clearly, we favor putting the highway corridors down. Is there some way, will there be an adequate scale on the map so that we can measure the width of the corridors?
So you're requesting that? Well, we could ask. There is a scale on this, and the GIS files are on Earth. I don't know if that's something parties could download. Is this something that the applicant could share? I don't know if WWF can utilize GIS files.
If you're asking us to change this from a single page overview map to more of a map book set at a different scale, yes, we can do that.
Okay, and that's something someone could utilize without special software, or they'd have to have GIS?
No, we would just create a PDF map set.
Okay, yeah,
There would be multiple pages where you'd have to flip through, but you could see different areas, but it would be zoomed in.
I see. And then you could measure the scale manually.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and the scale on the bottom wouldn't be in miles.
Perfect.
1 inch would be 800 feet or 1600 feet.
Okay, and then but please include an overview map with all the with the entire area and all the layers presented, and then go into the details. That would be
we can put an index page on it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We will include an index page on top.
Okay, all right. So how does that sound, Attorney Callisto? We just made up an exhibit for your client.
Yeah, no objections, Your Honor. I do have one redirect when the opportunity is appropriate.
So any more questions, Attorney Meyer?
No.
Okay. Any other questions from the interveners, commission staff that have been raised now? No. All right, and redirect.
Mr. P. Carr, are you aware of any studies or research that have shown an increased chance of deer and car accidents as a result of projects of the size and design like Vista Sand Solar?
I am not aware of any studies like that.
No further questions.
Redirect.
On that question?
Yes.
All right.
Can you tell me the what effort you put into search for such a study?
My colleagues and I work on many of these projects across the upper Midwest and other parts of the country, and this topic has come up numerous times, and I've worked with those colleagues, and no one has found any good papers or even white papers on this matter.
Any in Wisconsin?
No.
What states did you, were you working?
No, the projects that we work on are in Wisconsin, Minnesota, etc. And this topic has come up, but while responding to questions like this in my colleagues and mine literature review, we have never found peer-reviewed articles reporting increased incidence of deer collisions in proximity to solar farms, because I think it's no one has published those papers.
But that's a good reason that they're hard to find. Can I ask this question? What size were those solar farms?
Typically anywhere from 50 to 250, 300 megawatts.
Besides looking at for peer-reviewed studies, which I think we would agree would be eventually may happen, but maybe pretty rare. Has anybody looked at auto statistics and accident statistics near solar farms?
Not that I'm aware of.
No more questions.
Okay. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused. I think we're still reserving this witness in case we had other questions.
I will ask him to stick around.
All right. Thanks. So not
We only
quite.
have one more witness. I was just, as you think about scheduling, we have one more witness, Your Honor.
Okay. And let me clear off the text here. So is that witness Baker?
Correct.
So let me poll the parties. Do we have questions for Baker?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we can take Baker and then we'll need a break, but hopefully we may need to break in the middle because we'll see how long this takes. Okay.
Yeah, Your Honor, this is Alex Peterson from the applicant. We call John Baker to the stand.
Present.
There you are. Yeah. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Baker, did you cause to be filed direct, supplemental direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal testimony, as well as 11 exhibits in this case?
Yes.
And if asked those same questions today, would you provide the same answers?
Yes.
Do you have any modifications to your testimony or exhibits?
No.
Is the testimony or the exhibits that you caused to be filed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and understanding?
Yes.
Do you have any update on the status of your joint development agreement negotiations with the Village of Plover?
Yes. On August 12th, the Village of Plover executed the JDA, and Vista Sand Solar executed it shortly thereafter. I'm introducing exhibit VSS Baker 12, which is a copy of the executed JDA that contains an addendum specific to the Village of Plover.
And have you reviewed the surrebuttal testimony of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources witness Ryan Hafel?
Yes.
At page 7 of his surrebuttal testimony, Mr. Hafel states that Vista Sand Solar's willingness to collaborate on expansion of greater prairie chicken habitat is too speculative to offset any potential impacts of the project on the greater prairie chicken. What is your response?
In the 2022 to 2032 WDNR Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan, found at exhibit CW Matthewson 10, there are several initiatives listed as priorities to improve existing ground and expand the habitat for the greater prairie chicken outside of currently managed areas. Increased management of existing lands include increased brush management, additional acres managed through controlled burns, additional staff time, and expanded public education and outreach. The estimate for these programs was budgeted at approximately $310,000 over 10 years. Separately, there is a proposal for a private lands initiative, which would convert private lands into more suitable habitat through easements and conversion to different crops. The cost estimate for the private lands initiative is approximately $1.8 million. While we continue to believe Vista Sand Solar stands on its own as a net positive for the local environment for a number of reasons, we still want to support efforts to improve local habitat and do so in a way that reflects the previously stated priorities of the WDNR and other groups that drafted the management plan. Recognizing it may be difficult to source this funding from elsewhere and to reflect our desire to be a long-term partner, Vista Sand Solar is willing to commit to these efforts of approximately $2.1 million in funding over 10 years if we move forward with the full project.
At page 6 of his surrebuttal testimony, Mr. Hayfel continues to argue that the commission should consider unidentified future solar projects that may be sited near the project area in its cumulative impacts analysis for the project. Do you agree?
No. Commission staff has not provided any information about these future solar projects. There's no evidence in the record about their location or features. It is impossible for Vista Sand Solar to analyze the cumulative impacts of unidentified solar projects that may be sited in the future, especially given the high failure rate of proposed solar projects due to a variety of factors. It's not proper for the commission to consider the impacts of solar projects that Vista Sand Solar has no information on.
And have you reviewed the surrebuttal testimony of Wisconsin Wildlife Federation witness Cody Kamrowski?
Yes.
At page 8 of his surrebuttal testimony, Mr. Kamrowski states that the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation did not evaluate the project's beneficial reductions to greenhouse gas emissions and air pollutants because it lacked the resources to do so. What is your response?
Vista Sand Solar and Renew Wisconsin were able to fill this gap in WWF's analysis by calculating the project's likely emission reductions. Specifically, Vista Sand Solar witness Dr. Daniel Howard found that the project's greenhouse gas and air pollutant emission reductions will save approximately...
Sorry, greenhouse gas and...
air pollutant emission reductions.
Thank you.
Will save approximately 2,845 disability-adjusted human life years and will cause health and environmental benefits that equate to $630 million in economic gains during the project's first year of commercial operation. Dr. Howard also calculated that during this first operational year, the setback WWF advocates for will decrease the disability-adjusted life years saved by the project by 631 years, and will reduce the project's overall health and environmental benefits by an amount equivalent to approximately $136 million. Dr. Howard's analysis on the project's emissions reduction show that WWF's position would likely cause premature death and the loss of significant benefits because the project's capacity would likely be reduced.
Does this conclude your surrebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to offer Baker Exhibit 12 into the record that I provided to the parties yesterday in my notice email and open Mr. Baker up for cross-examination.
Okay, thanks. And I just wanted to, I guess, can't remember after looking at Baker 12, that includes the town of Grant and the village of Plover, both.
Yeah, so the Baker Exhibit 12 is just the village of Plover. The town of Grant executed a JDA previously. That's in one of the prior exhibits. I forget which one.
Okay, that's
but
fine.
Yeah.
Great. And we already have marked Baker 13 to be the Portage County JDA. So just want to mention that now. Otherwise, yeah, that's I guess we should ask for any objections to Baker 12. Okay, none. So that we'll put that in the record and we'll await the filing of Baker 13. So great. So now we have any questions for the witness, cross-exam?
Your Honor, could we take a break maybe for lunch and some other things that are compelling for me?
Okay, we're calling for a point of order.
Your Honor, I would appreciate a short break. I don't know that I need a longer break.
Okay, I was trying to avoid that. And try to take this guy in getting done with the applicants, but if on the overwhelming requests, let's take a short break. Well, all right, why don't we just take our lunch break now and we'll get back and do the rest. So we'll give you half an hour and we'll come back at 1 and we'll be all refreshed for the afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. So don't leave. Just turn off your devices, but don't leave the Zoom. That'll be harder for us. But I'm gonna turn the video and audio off, just so you know. All right, it's 1 p.m., so we're gonna get back. And we have cross-examination for witness Baker, I believe, where we left off.
Yes,
All right, we have our witness there. Okay, looks good. So let's get on the record and we'll proceed with questions.
I believe I was on the dime.
Yes, yes. Questions
Okay.
for witness Baker.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Baker. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
I hope you had a good lunch.
I did, thanks.
That's good. I had my protein bar, so I'm ready to go.
Excellent.
I mean, one of the issues as we keep on saying, and you may not think we're sincere, and that's your right. We don't want to see loss of megawatts. And that's why we've been steady in our recommendation reconfiguration, if at all possible. And I know it's something we don't have expertise on, but that's our hope that either through moving to other of your prime or secondary, and I know believe me, I can understand land acquisition. I was involved in a lot of land acquisition, but there is a lot of other agricultural land not under option to the area in question that's still some distance from some of the nesting areas, isn't there?
Yes, I believe I think we approximated about 31,000 acres of farmland remaining within
and
the area.
Well, let him finish the answer, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, yes, there is additional agricultural acres within the vicinity of the project.
Okay, I never mean to cut you off, and if you do, just tell me. I am
Sure.
And I'm trying to correlate how much land is involved by some of the deletions. And although the Federation doesn't, you'll hear testimony, does not agree with the changes made by DNR. But set that aside. Let's use, since we have those numbers up before us, and I can't remember as Mr. Picard or whatever talked about the reduction in megawatts. Is that Mr. Picard? The 200.
Yes, he provided information regarding how many megawatts would be lost under the various scenarios proposed by WWF or WDNR.
Yeah, Your Honor, could you pull up the car rebuttal testimony, page 3, that has the numbers?
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Alex Peterson from the applicant.
Sorry, your box didn't light up. Can you say that again? Can you pull up?
Yeah, can you pull up Picard rebuttal testimony, page 3, that has the numbers that Attorney Myers referencing?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Let me get to it. Okay, I'll get the screen share going. Is that where we're at?
As I recall the numbers that were used earlier today, the megawattage referred to as 200. And maybe I took my notes wrong. And 66 from primary and 136.4 from secondary. So does this chart, this was an earlier chart, rebuttal, and doesn't reflect, it couldn't have reflected what Mr. Hafley's testimony in Sir rebuttal is.
The Hafley proposed alternative tracks very closely to the alternative Kardash setback of just under 270 megawatts of primary capacity loss.
Okay, I don't see that on this chart.
The 268.4 alternative Kardash setback mirrors very closely the alternative proposal submitted by WDNR subsequent to Ms. Kardash's decision to not be part of the case.
Well, I thought I got the numbers right, but I had 200 megawatt. Is there some way to check what Mr. Bakar actually said? There's a difference, significant difference.
Yeah, Your Honor, we can do a readback if necessary. Mr. Bakar's sir rebuttal where he gave the figures.
That would be helpful. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I think we need accurate numbers.
Oh, let's get off the record. You're asking me to read back Picar's sir from the transcript?
That's the only spot where this is in the record, Your Honor.
On the megawatts that would be removed from the project if the WDNR witness Haffel's recommendation is adopted.
Okay, so this would be the sir. So questions from Attorney Callisto to Picar.
If it helps in terms of searching, I can say what the megawatts are. 266.8 for the primary array and 136.4 for the alternative array. But I think a readback may be appropriate if we can find it.
So can you give me some context of what I was?
Yeah, it was Attorney Callisto was asking witness Picar questions. It should have been after he was sworn in and identified his testimony. And then the additional direct was coming from the witness. So
Any idea where he was and all the witnesses? Because
towards the end, well, he was second to...
He was right before Mr. Baker.
Yeah,
Oh.
right.
Oh, okay, that's easier then.
Mhm.
So if I go back and search for 200 versus the questions,
260.
If you look for 266.
If this would make it easier, and I'm willing, let's go with the 268.
Well, we're doing it now.
Okay.
Way there. So yeah, let's make sure the record says the number we're going to use. I think that's important because we only have his verbal testimony.
okay, so there's quite a long answer, but the very last part of the answer is some of the areas where we connected into drainage way, that's where we start getting those 200-foot corridors.
No, it would have been.
Nope.
It's before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
The question begins at page 4 of his sir rebuttal testimony, Mr. Hafel.
Okay, the answer, you want the answer, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hafel's recommended order would eliminate approximately 260 megawatts.
260.
And then Your Honor said you're also a little garbled on your audio, maybe get closer. And he started again, Mr. Hafel's recommended order point would eliminate approximately 266.8 megawatts of primary array capacity and 136.4 megawatts of alternative array capacity. Mr. Hafel's recommendation would have essentially the same impact on the project's capacity as the alternative, I think it's Kardash setback, is described at page 3 of my rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Is
It
that what
sounds
you
like
need?
it all checks out, but it may just be some estimating involved. I don't know if the 266 versus 268 is significant enough to. Do we need any clarification?
It's fine.
It is
It's
It
fine.
is 266.8, Your Honor. That is the correct calculation.
Okay.
And the garbling may have helped me get the 200. And
Yes.
may have lost it. And too many shotguns fired. And I'm trying, okay, how many acres would 266.8 megawatts relate to under your standard method of acreage to megawatts?
Sure, I think about 5 to 6 megawatts of usable ground. So that's ground that has not been deemed unusable for other reasons is an approximate number. So multiplying 268 by 5 to 6, you're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of quickly off the top of my head, 1,200 to 1,500 acres.
The understanding the difficulty of buying land, and especially now, I would expect that the price has gone up. If you could find willing sellers at some price, it would provide an opportunity to relocate some of that lost number of solar arrays. Is that correct?
Well, we did attempt during the initial stages of the project to, we didn't just speak to the landowners that have leases, we spoke to essentially anyone within that project area. And what we were able to execute represents what the landowners who are willing to sign voluntary leases. We're not a utility, so we can't exercise any power of eminent domain. So we rely on, landowners who, for one reason or the other, are excited about participating in this project. And so there are many landowners that were already approached that have not chosen to enter into leases within the map. And then I'll just also add there are certain restrictions in terms of directionally where we can move. To the north is a state highway that would be difficult to cross, and immediately north of that is the Wisconsin River. To the east is Interstate 39. As we go further south, there's even more conservation ground, and to the west is portions of Wisconsin Rapids. So really, we pursued every acre we could within that box to arrive at the layout we submitted.
You contacted every landowner?
An attempt was made to contact every landowner. We utilize land agents who spend significant time on site. We can do that through phone calls, through mailings, through knocking on the door. There are some people who we've attempted to reach a dozen times and just don't answer or don't respond.
Did you hear the discussion by Mr. Cure about Array Area 21?
I did, yes.
And we provided what we know. Obviously, Mr. Cure did that on his own, and he, from his experience out there, thought there was an error, and that's why he pursued it, actually, and then told us. If in fact the parcel immediately west of 21 that then borders the Buena Vista, if that intermediate piece of land is privately owned, would you be willing to talk to DNR to see if they may not have a problem with 21? We would not, as a federation.
Absolutely. We've always wanted to maintain an ongoing dialogue and have done so throughout the proceeding. So we were any opportunity like that where there's an availability to get additional land reinserted into the project without objection is welcome.
Just to clarify, and this is in testimony, Mr. Keir was troubled when he talked to me that there are different maps out there, some showing it private and some not. That's why he went to the Register of Deeds. Let me ask some other questions. there's an issue that we've tried to make, and let's see if it doesn't seem to have maybe reached agreement with you on, is the greenhouse gas emissions issue.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to be careful when we say this, because if you read the testimony, I believe, of our support to deal with greenhouse gas emissions. You may not agree with what we're saying, but the point we're trying to make, and I want to hear what your reaction is, we are looking at the threat to the prairie chicken. And once again, you don't maybe agree with our position that the solar arrays are a threat. We should respect the difference of opinion. But do you understand what we're saying when we're saying the loss, the comparative loss or risk to the prairie chickens between a more imminent threat in our part of the arrays versus the increment that would be lost if for some reason the full amount of the megawatts can take place in that site, which is not our goal. But if that were the worst case scenario, would you agree that the incremental loss on a global emission basis, which is what it's going to impact, in my understanding, the greater prairie chickens, would be a lesser threat if we're right on the solar array threat?
It's a difficult question to answer because I do understand the point of when you're talking about global emissions and what comes from 7 billion people, that the impact of a single project may in that instance appear relatively inconsequential if it's even reduced. But I think beyond that, progress on climate change relies upon thousands, tens of thousands of decisions by individuals, county, state, federal jurisdictions. And having done this for 15 years, I've never proposed a project where there wasn't some local constituency that argued it was an inappropriate place for a facility. And the cumulative effect, if nowhere is good, then no global progress can be made. So we take a very serious look at what the local impacts will be. And we've certainly made numerous adjustments to the project to reflect the local impacts in Portage County. But then when we take a step further and say there's potential to reduce the project by 270 megawatts, and it's not just the lost global pollutants, it's the lost local environmental benefits from intensive agriculture and the emissions of the Wisconsin electric sector that is leading directly to harmed human health. We just set a very high barrier before we want to forgo those very tangible benefits that can be realized even at a local level.
Now, I'm not an expert in electricity. If I use the wrong words, correct me. What is a gigawatt?
A gigawatt is 1,000 megawatts.
This project would be 1 gigawatt.
We're proposed at 1.3,
right.
1.315 gigawatts.
And the loss, and if you can't relocate, would leave it at 1 gigawatt. Is that
approximately
correct? How does that compare to any other facility in the United States?
It would, those lost megawatts would be equivalent to about what is the largest?
That's not my question, Mr. Baker. the 1 gigawatt would compare to how many other operations would be larger than 1 gigawatt?
Not probably more than 10, less than 30.
Would you believe our research showed the only one would be your facility in Indiana?
Are you saying currently in production or proposed?
Currently in production, yes. Currently in production.
It's correct to state that a gigawatt size project is a large project by current renewable energy, utility scale renewable energy standards.
And don't take that wrong. We would hope by reconfiguration you can meet your was it faceplate or nameplate?
Nameplate capacity, yes.
At various times, you've asked, well, why didn't the Federation do this then? And one of them is, why haven't we gone out and bought land? And I expect that Attorney Callisto may ask why we're not doing some of the things being called for in the Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan, like burning and things like that. Are you aware what the incorporation documents of the Federation and our mission are in terms of the scope of what we can do under our authority to exist as a corporation?
I am not.
Mr. Kamrowski will be able to address that later. The other thing, and I'm still troubled by this, talking about the hunting issue, and I think you saw our rebuttal to your comment about hunting. And I'm not going to go down that direction. The record speaks for itself. But what I am concerned about, and Mr. Lawhern, who's has testimony in the record, talked about damage to your solar arrays from hunting on the Buena Vista wildlife area. And I believe his testimony, and I'm sure you would agree with this, that ethical hunters, and virtually every hunter is, they all are not, would not fire in the direction of your solar arrays because that's what the training is. That every hunter now, except if they're born, I wouldn't have had to take hunter education, but there aren't many behind me that got passed by it. It's been in place a long time, mandatory. They would not fire in that direction, and rifles fire a mile or two, at least easily a mile, with a caliber that you would use with a deer rifle, and therefore would have to back off hunting in that area on the Buena Vista wildlife area. But there's going to be some that when they saw the big buck pass, they'd go ahead and do it, maybe even an ethical hunter. And some may shoot at them intentionally. If you've seen a few stop signs in Wisconsin, not all hunters obey by that responsibility to not damage property. What's your reaction to having your solar arrays exposed to firearms?
I mean, certainly we understand that solar facilities represent significant infrastructure that's scattered throughout the country. We understand it interacts with any number of human uses, and certainly if there was indication of deliberate attempts to sabotage, we would have to take those efforts seriously. But we understand that we exist in a world that has many competing human uses, and the issue of hunting use within reasonable proximity has not come up as an issue that the industry that's active in almost every state in the nation has become an issue that needs to curtail the growth of solar power in the U.S.
Do you recognize that the state of Wisconsin created a hunting area right here? And while the legislature doesn't designate it, they authorized the Department of Natural Resources to establish hunting areas and authorize them. But the legislature does a lot of the funding of them through sportsman dollars and taxpayer dollars, which have been put into this property. You read Mr. Lipinski's testimony. Do you see the concern of taxpayers and sportsmen, and maybe someday the legislature pretty soon, about the impact of the value of the investment and intent of the legislature by placing solar arrays literally up to the boundary of a state wildlife area open to hunting?
Well, first I would answer that we're very happy that 90% of the conservation grounds that make up Buena Vista Wildlife Area would remain further than the half-mile recommended. So I think that would be my first response. I think secondly, and as you've alluded to the extent that buffers were needed from conservation grounds, regardless of whether it's for hunting or recreation or habitat management, we felt, or we continue to feel, that it's appropriate to have made those accommodations prior. Certainly, any of the landowners could have been approached and discussed about what buffer is needed from directly owned or managed lands to prevent other uses. But even aside from those two facts, I mean, certainly plenty of human activity still exists on those parcels in terms of farmers being out there and pivot irrigation and cars driving down the road throughout the area proposed. So, I mean, certainly this area has exhibited a high degree of human use and human presence, and hunters have been able to maintain safety and usage of that ground. And while we are adding investment and infrastructure to areas surrounding it, we don't see why that necessarily needs to result in the disuse of that property.
I appreciate the use argument, and I realize you're not from Wisconsin, so this may put that in perspective. But you may not be aware that the gun deer season in the state starts the Saturday before Thanksgiving, and there's not the only people out in the land then are deer hunters. And as I was saying, you talked about the half mile and whatever. You're right on the border.
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to object to this continual monologues of leading up to asking these questions. I think it would be appropriate just to get to the questions so we can keep this process moving.
Yeah, well, I'll note that I'm not going to sustain an objection, but I think the Attorney Meyer's been tying his statements back to testimony. I've been careful to watch for that. I don't think he's been adding information, and I don't think he's been asking the witness to add information, although I guess that would be appropriate in terms of background. But I'm sure we have many more witnesses to go. So if we could just speed this up a little, and just if you have more points to make with this witness, please do so in a timely fashion.
I will do so, and I'm almost finished. I guess get to a bottom line question here. Did you consider, when you put, and still are proposing, not a half mile buffer, even much less a mile, but putting solar arrays directly, I mean, literally across a road from a state hunting area that on which deer hunting is probably the secondary use only to the future of prairie chickens.
I can respond that we did speak with the landowners from whom we're leasing about how they allow their property to be used for hunting purposes, and incorporated that into our design. And I'll refer to my earlier answer that, again, we point out that of these state managed lands, more than 90% would still be more than a half mile away. And given the tremendous benefits this project would bring, we don't want to see that curtailed unnecessarily.
Your question raises two issues. One, when you said how the landowner allow their land used for hunting is a different question than whether or not there may be, which is normally the case, even if that land is not open to hunting itself, that firearm rifle shots go onto that property if there's no hunters out there actively hunting. I don't know if you asked a question to Mr. Oakray or anyone about that, because that happens all the time in Wisconsin. Yeah, I assume you didn't ask that question.
About whether or not projectiles enter the property from off property, even if they don't. That is correct. We did not ask that question.
There was a second question there. Once again, a mile versus a half mile. A rifle bullet, a projectile, take my word for it, it's in the record by Mr. Lawhern, goes more than a half mile. Did you take a mile into consideration because of the use of that state paid for property for hunting purposes?
No.
I have no more questions of this witness.
Okay, thanks. Other intervener questions now that we've had WWF ask questions? How about commission staff?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions, Your Honor.
Oh.
Mr. Baker, are you aware of any legal or regulatory restrictions that would prevent people from hunting on any portion of the Buena Vista Wildlife Area after the project has been constructed?
I am not. Excuse me, I am not.
And, in your view, do you see the project as creating an unreasonable restriction on hunting in Wisconsin?
No, again, given the availability of lands, or even the fact that we are not proposing any lands on or facilities within the interior, all we are talking about is adjacent to. We don't feel that it needs to restrict recreational opportunities in the Buena Vista Wildlife Area.
No further questions.
All right, thanks very much. You're excused. So let's take a breath here. That was our applicant witnesses. I believe we've covered them all. And we did want to discuss just before we take new witnesses, my proposal about issues for the briefs. And I do have the email here, so I don't have to invent this again. So this bottom section of the email, considering briefing legal issues, generally 4 points, and I hope you've had an opportunity to review that. I tried to get that to you in advance of the discussion so that we could have an informed discussion about it. And I guess the main problem is I'm very uninformed about these questions, and I think the commission would benefit from having the legal analysis before it addressed the issues in its jurisdiction that the application triggers. And I believe the issue I'm seeing is a testimony does invoke the endangered and threatened species law on the books in Wisconsin at Wisconsin statute 29.604. And yeah, I think that's basically the pinpoint we're looking for. And I know that we, as a matter of course, have taken testimony on that issue because it's necessary to fill out the environmental assessment or the environmental impact statement in CPCN proceedings. But largely it's an issue that the DNR is presenting for our benefit and for fulfilling, completing the record. But in terms of the commission's jurisdiction, I guess I'm confused. To what extent is the commission empowered to, or has powers under that section, or is this really a procedural matter where we're simply making sure DNR has its information it needs in terms of its own authority to regulate endangered and threatened species and protect their habitat? So that's kind of the background here. I don't know if we have a major issue with the prairie chickens here. It's triggering this statute, but to what extent are parties asking the commission to decide something with regard to that species, and to what extent it's a DNR matter that the DNR needs to take and decide on its own, and what mechanism that might look like, whether it's advising the commission to do something with siting, or whether it's some sort of permitting issue if the DNR feels like whatever project is being proposed or is in play is detrimental to the habitat. So I guess with that, I would just like to get people's ideas on this. If this is something that's if parties understand this, where I'm coming from, and what would this look like in briefs? And as a side issue, I think having DNR present its position because it's not a party in this case, it would be a non-party brief, but also to get DNR's legal position on those issues, on how those statutes interact, would be useful for the commission to understand how it should present its decision and what it should be, what laws it should be applying to the record in its final decision. So I'll open it up to the applicant first, if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. And as you kind of walk through it there, I think respectfully you almost answered the question. I do think this issue is at some level always there, because as you noted, 29.604 requires an endangered resources review to be done. That was done in this case. It's in Appendix L. A good chunk of it is confidential, so I won't speak about the specifics. But that's the only required piece, as I understand it, that has to be done by an applicant, whether for a project like this or for a smaller one, sub-CPCN sized, to move through the DNR process. That information is then taken into account by the commission under 196-491 sub 3 criteria when it makes its determination to address, among other things, the impact of the project on the environment. And so I think historically that's how it's been addressed. I think it's gone without question in however many CPCNs the commission has had under the current statutory regime. So to me, I don't think there's any gray areas here. I do recognize that at least one witness has thrown that statute out twice, but it's quite clear that the commission itself doesn't have an obligation under that statute. It has an obligation under 196-491 to comply with the requirements there, as it has. So I don't think it needs briefing. I will note, and this is based upon some quick research that we did. And when I say we, I mean my colleague Alex Peterson here in the last 24, since the email came out, the forward wind CPCN order 9300 CE 100 at page 21 touched on this. And in that case, in that particular issue, as the old timers may recall on the call, forward wind was one of the first large wind projects. And one of the issues that was raised there was the impact of that project on bats. And the commission, in essentially saying it was not going to put a bat condition on the grant of the CPCN said the following. USFWS, meaning the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and WDNR, quote, are the proper agencies to address means of mitigating any adverse impacts to avian species or to listed species as needed, end quote. And I think that reflects sort of what happens here. If you look on this particular issue at Ms. Rowe's testimony, he lays out the
Your
issue.
Honor, I'm objecting. This is the brief that you're asking for right now. I believe me, the Federation strongly agrees you don't need a brief on it. And I think what Mr. Callisto is saying should be in his brief. That's what he's doing right now.
You're right. You've asked for argument, Your Honor. I'm just giving argument as to whether it needs to be briefed or not.
Yeah, so what I hear is that it does raise a number of issues and it's an extended discussion. So I understand people may not want to spend time on this, that we do have this integrated in our process. However, it seems like there may be some, in terms of the application of this issue in this case, I still think there's some open-ended issues here. It sounds like it's something the applicant takes a position on and would be easy to incorporate in a brief. And therefore, getting the response of interveners on that as well would be useful. I don't know how this will play out, but if it ends up being a legal issue that gets litigated, it's best to have that presented to the commission ahead of time. So if it's a simple answer, it sounds like there may be a simple answer to this. But we are going back pretty far in our history to bring up an order that may have addressed it. So I appreciate the research, but I think presenting it in a coherent, succinct way in writing would be useful, and have parties able to respond to that would be useful. So I'm not saying it has to be a long discussion, just something that addresses this interplay. And if it means business as usual, that's fine. But I just think it seems like in this case, it's coming to a head with an issue that parties are strongly advocating for. And I'm just wondering if this is invoking any special jurisdiction that's outside of the commission's in terms of regulating endangered, threatened species, and what is the extent of the commission's jurisdiction here to address this issue. So,
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yeah, I'll take comments. Yeah.
Sure. So I also was just diving into this issue over the last 24. I think Town of Holland v. Pub Service Commission is a 2018 case. 2018 Wisconsin App 38. Calling back to Clean Wisconsin Inc. v. Public Service Commission, which is a 2005 case, makes pretty clear that the PSC is the only agency charged with administrating 196.491 sub 3 sub D, which has been in existence for 30 years, and that's the quote. So, to the extent that there's some extra unknown special item out there, I don't think there's a lot of support for that currently. But certainly, can talk about briefing. Just wanted to make you aware of the more recent nature.
Okay. Yeah, if you simply wanted to put that in a brief, that would be fine. Just want to have some legal basis for the position that you hold, and to raise it in your brief and have it been addressed rather than ignored. And we need to produce that analysis upon either writing the final decision or defending the final decision. So,
Your Honor.
Yes.
Could I ask, either do it now or by an email from Mr. Let's see. I couldn't see you. Ori for Marty Walzak and Mr. Callisto to send those citations or repeat them again?
Okay, well,
Send
you
them to the parties. Or repeat it right
can
now.
yes, you can email them for that information. I don't.
Well, Ori and Eric, will you send out those citations out to all the parties, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to send a citation to what I just cited.
Ori?
I can do
Recognizing
that.
recognizing that's not a comprehensive review, but happy to send that, George.
Thank you.
Any other?
I can speak to the idea of a non-party brief from DNR. So in speaking with DNR representatives this morning and sort of in part speaking on behalf of them on this issue now, it's the DNR's position that they do not see a need for or what a brief from them would add, as they don't have a position as to the application of or the commission applying 196-491. And they see it as being more of a matter of how the commission interprets and applies that statute here. That said, witness Stacy Rowe could provide some answers, particularly, I think, to your questions 2, 3, and 4, within the bounds of her experience, both in this docket as well as perhaps prior experience with how the DNR operates within the PSC's procedures. But outside of that, they don't see a need for or what they would be able to add with regards to a non-party brief on these particular issues.
Okay.
So I can either ask those questions of witness Rowe or your honor could.
No, that would be great. Good to have that on the record from their representative, someone with experience. So great. We'll take it from there and then see if we need anything else. So I can look into that from there. That's great.
Your Honor, one other comment. I understand that you're requiring us to brief the intersection of 29.604 and 196.491. As to the other issues, I do object to 2, 3, and 4. I think 2 is captured by 1. 3 and 4, respectfully, open up the door to, what would be a semester class in law school. That there's a lot of ground to be covered there. I'm not sure it's going to help the commission in answering these questions that are before it. So to the extent that we limit this to the intersection of 29.604 and the CPCN statute, we will obviously do that if it's ordered, but I do object to the remainders. I would also ask for another 5 pages in the brief limit, at least on the initial brief, if we're going to go down this path.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of issues here.
That's fine. We can do that. So, yeah, I think, well, apparently witness Rowe will be presenting I would hope some background on this. So possibly it's not necessary to brief, and just giving us the experience. DNR's practice should cover what we're looking for. And yeah, so the interplay between Chapter 29 and 196 should do in terms of what jurisdictions are being triggered. What is the commission's powers or duties when it comes to this the Buena Vista area and the issues that have been raised in the case. So that's fine. So we can look to briefing issues 1 and 2, and then I'm expecting to get some background from witness Rowe about potentially covering what we'll need to know about 3 and 4. Okay, so I don't know if we need more time for the briefs, but 5 extra pages on initial makes sense. Any other requests to modify schedule or the timing? No? Okay. All right. So we're settled on that. Let's move on with our next witnesses. So I think we have Clean Wisconsin, we have accepted that testimony, so we can move on to Renew.
Yes, Your Honor. Renew would like to call witness Andrew Kell.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Do.
All right. Volume's a little low. Maybe just pushing your mic closer would work. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name, Mr. Kell?
My name is Andrew Kell, Kell.
And where are you employed and in what position?
I'm the policy director with Renew Wisconsin.
Did you file and prepare or cause to be filed and prepare direct rebuttal testimony in 6 exhibits for this docket?
Yes, I did.
And if I asked you the same questions that were in your testimony today, would you respond the same way?
Yes, I would.
And those answers are true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I believe there's no cross, so unless some is developed.
Yeah, I'll just check while he's on the stand. So any questions for the witness? Oh, all right, thanks. You're excused.
And may Mr. Kell be excused from the hearing. He can be called back if we need.
Yes, he's excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, next up is WWF. It's your call. Which witnesses, the order of your witnesses. I just have them listed alphabetically.
Can you scroll up, please?
Mm-hmm.
I would, in deference to people's time, I would like to bring on the witnesses that did not file sur rebuttal, if that works. Starting, Mr. Knuth.
All right. Let's have Mr. Knuth appear. And just need to turn on your camera if you haven't done so yet.
Jerry?
Okay, I see.
Are we off for the minute?
Oh, yeah, we can go off. Sure.
Are we okay?
I hear you. Can you turn on your camera? Is that possible?
I don't know. I don't know where this got changed. Start my video. Okay.
Oh yeah, looks like it's working.
Maybe it's gonna happen here, yep.
It might have a slow connection, so we'll proceed with audio, and if it pops up, all the better. Oh, there we go. Great.
There I am.
Okay. Well, I'm going to swear you in, so raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Go ahead. It's your witness, Attorney Meyer.
Mr. Knuth, thank you for being here today. Did you, in this proceeding, provide testimony regarding hunting in the area of the Buena Vista Wildlife Area?
Yes, I did.
And that would be direct testimony?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, was the testimony you provided accurate and truthful?
Yes.
If I ask you to give that testimony here today, would you provide the same testimony?
Yes.
I am complete with the witnesses questions of Mr. Knuth.
All right. So witnesses available for cross. Any questions? We'll start with the applicant.
Your Honor, I have the same question for this witness and 2 others about their acknowledgement that they filed public comments in this record. I don't know how you want to handle that. I would just say what it is. I'm not going to question them on it, and then I will defer to you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can just tell everyone that I won't be receiving those comments. So What you'll see on the public comment exhibit, which you can see on the offered evidence list, it's listed, it'll be listed under on the commission staff row as a no name exhibit. So that exhibit is simply a list of all the public comments that'll be received for the record, and the links to IRF, to the public IRF system, and the transcripts from the public hearings. They'll be in that exhibit. So only those comments will be received into the record. So I looked through all the comments. I'm probably not gonna read them all this time, all 900 or 1,000 comments. So I'll admit that, but I'll be looking through the list, and I can check for discrepancies in terms of our procedures. So one of those being that a witness who's appearing in the party session is prohibited from filing separately a public comment. So those they won't be on the list. So therefore they won't be before the commission. So there's really no issue here. That's just a standard practice, and it's made clear to the best I could explain it in the facilitating matters order. But no, the point being is that the parties do have, the witnesses for parties do have the opportunity to participate in the party hearing session, and that's their chance to speak in this proceeding. By doing so, and by participating as a party, or with a party, they cannot participate as a member of the public. So they just simply won't be in the record. That's how we'll handle that. But I did want to say, well, let's leave it at that for now. So does that answer your question? Yeah.
It does, Your Honor. I take it you're going to handle it independently, understanding that I have no cross.
Okay. Anyone else have questions for the witness? No? All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
I'd like to call Tim Lawhern to the witness stand.
Okay. I see you there. So if Jerry's here, I'm going to turn.
Can you hear me now?
Let me check. Yes, and I think you had your video on before. If you can turn that on. I'm going to turn Jerry's display off.
Should
There
be
you are.
on.
Yes, I know. I've seen you here for quite a bit. No, you weren't driving when you were, you're just listening. I guess that's okay. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Lawhern, good afternoon. Appreciate you taking the time and also the time to prepare testimony for this proceeding. You've heard the previous questions to witnesses. Did you prepare direct testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, sir.
And it was submitted to me and then ultimately on to the hearing record.
Yes, sir.
If you were here today, would you give the same testimony that you did through that written testimony?
Yes, sir.
To the best of your knowledge, is that testimony truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawhern.
So witness is available for cross. Any questions?
None from the applicant.
Anyone else?
No cross.
Okay, thanks, sir. You're excused. Get back on the road.
Thank you.
Ms. Lazuski.
Good afternoon.
Hello. I'm going to swear you in. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you for being here this afternoon, Jennifer. What organization do you work for?
I'm the executive director of the Wisconsin Society for Ornithology.
And what involvement has that society had in regard to the Buena Vista Wildlife Area and the greater prairie chicken population therein?
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt for a second. If this is covered in direct, we don't have to review it again. So I believe that's topics discussed in writing, or am I?
It is.
Yes, so if we could forego reviewing that a second time, here's prior statements will go in the record. The commission will read them.
I respect that. I just wanted to give her an opportunity, but I respect your
Okay,
decision.
that's our process. So please, yes, that's going forward. Please recognize that. Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to submit testimony on their behalf and your behalf in this docket?
Yes, I did.
I just want to clarify. I do have a note for this testimony, and actually there was one other witness. So I understand the witness's connection with the organization, but I just in particular I've asked you to change the testimony slightly because this is the one, right? No, maybe not. Yes, okay. So the witness is testifying on behalf of WWF because WWF is the party. So I just want to make sure that we clarify that on the record. We could either do that. I think it would be useful to do that with the refiling, but I just want to point that out while we're all together. There's no confusion. So there's nothing wrong with the testimony. I'm just saying the connection, not wrong with this, connection should be made to this party rather than the organization. And okay. So the first page of the witness's testimony, on whose behalf are you testifying this proceeding, it really should be WWF. That's who the witness is testifying for. The fact that the background is Society for Ornithology and using all the information is great, but she's not appearing on behalf of WSO. She's appearing on behalf of WWF. So I think that needs to be made clear, and that's part of the notes and the comments for refiling.
Would it be
yes.
Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Would it be appropriate then to say that she's the executive director of Wisconsin Society for Ornithology?
Absolutely. Everything else is appropriate. It's just that she's appearing on behalf of WWF.
That's fine.
Okay. And then just to also be clear, in terms of public comments, I can accept comments from WSO from other people and they're not a party, and they can file public comments on behalf of the organization or on their own personal behalf, but we just can't have the witness make two comments. So I think it's important to clarify. So I just wanted to make that point.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and it's not a criticism of you. I
understand. The rules are rules.
Yeah,
sure.
Exactly. And there's one other witness where that's the same situation came up, and just we don't have to review it now, but just make sure we cover that in the refilings. Okay. So anyway, sorry for the interruption. Go ahead with the rest of your questions.
So then, Jennifer, you provided direct testimony on behalf of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation earlier in this proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
If you read that testimony into the record today, would it be the same testimony you provided earlier?
Yes, it would.
And to the best of your knowledge, is that testimony truthful and accurate?
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Okay. Any cross?
Nothing from the applicant.
Anyone else?
If I can point out real quickly, my name is misspelled on your list.
Oh,
instead
yeah,
of an
sure. Hang on.
X,
Let me
it
finish
should
up
have
here.
a W.
Let me finish up here. Any other questions? From parties. Okay. Yeah, I confused you. Okay.
Sorry.
So no, you're good. So
Instead of an X, it needs a W in
okay.
both spots.
So that might be usually I'll fix that. I don't know exactly what
Not a problem. It's
Usually I
I just
take
wanted
that,
to make sure it was accurate in the end.
Right. So usually I take those words from the filing. So unless I certainly could have messed it up, but I'll have to check back on IRF and correct it in case it was mistyped when it was filed.
Nope, it's a W, not another Z.
I put
Lazewski. Usually it's the pronunciation that's the problem.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Person with a Polish background in my family, so I I can kind of guess them pretty well. All right, let me make sure I got it right here. Yeah, so I'll have to check IRF and see if I'll need to correct it there. All right, so we're all good. Any no cross? So thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay. Who's next? Oh, let me
Mr. Lipinski, please come to the witness stand.
plug him there before.
Yes.
Yeah, there you are.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'll need to swear him in. I don't see him yet. So can you turn your camera on?
I am getting an error message that the host has stopped my video.
Okay, so microphone's on. So it should be up here. There we go. Okay. Yes, there we go. Now you should be able to do it. Great. There we go. All right. Let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Okay, go ahead, Attorney Meyer.
Bill, you have testified previously in this matter, have you?
Yes.
And that would be known as your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
If you had that testimony before you today and read it, would you present that as your current testimony?
Yes, I would.
To the best of your knowledge, is that testimony true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. No more further questions.
Okay, witness is available for cross. Any questions?
Nothing from the applicant.
Anyone else?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
I think we have another mistyped name. Lehrman, Lehr.
No,
Is that correct?
it's correct. Yes.
That's correct. Okay, thank you. I think we corrected it once the other way.
Okay. So who's next?
Ed Lehrman.
Me, Ed Lehrman.
All right, great. Hear you there? Yeah, I see you there. All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Lehrman, thank you for being here. Have you had an opportunity to testify previously in this proceeding?
Yes.
And that would be your direct testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
If you were asked, would you give that very same testimony today?
I would.
To the best of your knowledge, is that testimony true and accurate?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Nothing from the applicant.
Anyone else? All right, thanks very much. You're excused. Who do we have next?
Sharon Schwab.
Hi there. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
And Your Honor, I think this may be the other one
Yes.
where the testimony has to be designated as WWF testimony.
Yes, you're correct. Thanks.
Sharon, thank you for being here this afternoon. What organization are you affiliated with?
Dane County Conservation League.
In presenting this testimony, what organization, on behalf of which organization were you testifying?
Well, at the time, Dane County Conservation League, yes.
Well, what about the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation?
Oh, yes, I understand the judge's position. I apologize. Thank you, sir.
And we will make that change, Your Honor.
That's all you need to do. Yeah, thanks.
But refile the whole testimony.
Yes,
correct?
yes. And there's some other directions as well for all the filings. Yeah, so they have to go through the list, complete them all, and then file.
Have you provided direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
If you were asked, would you present the same testimony here today?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, is that testimony truthful and accurate?
Yes, I did note one typographical error on page 5, line 10. The numbers 954 should have read 1954. Other than that, yes.
If it's okay with Your Honor, we'll correct that when we refile it.
Yes, please do.
No more questions of this witness.
All right. Any cross-examination?
Nothing from the applicant.
Anyone else?
No cross, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
There, can you scroll down, please?
Yes, I will. Just let me check that here. All right.
Up, I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay. I see. Yeah, I was like, wait, that is the last witness, isn't it?
Now, there's one witness missing there, Mr. Hauge.
Okay, so that's on the for page 3 of the document.
Okay, sorry. Well, let's see which one to go next. As long as we have it there, I'd call Thomas Hauge to the witness stand, please.
All right, see you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And I'm going to unmute you. There you go.
I do.
Perfect. All right. Thanks very much. Go ahead.
Mr. Hauge, you've presented direct rebuttal and sur-rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you had those in front of you, would you read them? And if so, would you read them today and attest to their truthfulness and accuracy?
Yes.
Going beyond that, I have a few other questions for you. You heard a discussion between examination between myself and I believe it was Mr. Bub. If somebody could was that Mr. Bakar or Mr. Bub that was talking about corridors?
Carr, I believe, had the exhibits that related to corridors.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony in cross-examination of Mr. Chris Bakar regarding deer corridors through the way between the solar arrays of the Vista Sands project.
I did hear that discussion.
And you've heard the judge giving us 3 days to review those and file comments. Did you hear that direction?
I wasn't sure I understood the 3 days, but I do now.
I believe in one of your testimonies, maybe all of them, you expressed concern about 100-foot wide corridors with roads running through them. Do you still have those same concerns?
Okay, is this an additional statement? If this is already in testimony, we don't need to
If
restate.
it's in the record, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we were not in any way waiving that. And
I'm expecting you to know that.
okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to ask you some other questions. Your former position, and this is a leading question, Your Honor. Your former position was Director of the Bureau of Wildlife Management for Wisconsin DNR. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many years did you serve in that position?
So again,
About 25 years.
Is this not in testimony?
It is, but it's foundational for what I'm doing next.
But it's already received.
Okay. Are you familiar with Lisa Kardash?
Yes, I am.
And what was your relationship to her? Did you both work at the Department of Natural Resources?
We did. Basically, our time at the Department of Natural Resources overlapped from the first date of Lisa's hiring with the department as an LTE and continuing through 2017 when I retired.
And did you have programmatic responsibility over her job?
Yes.
What about the Buena Vista wildlife area?
Yes, I had programmatic responsibility for that property as well.
And the greater prairie chickens population?
Yes. That species management was within our responsibility as well.
Did you have interactions with her regarding the management of that population?
Yes. I was involved in terms of a number of sort of visits to the property where Lisa conducted tours of the work that they were doing on the property, certainly reviewed the annual population survey information that she was responsible for. I was involved in approving the makeup of the individuals who served on the Prairie Chicken Advisory Committee, Plan Writing Committee, so that was, I guess, some of the interactions.
Did you have a responsibility for the statewide wildlife program budget, including that of the Buena Vista wildlife area?
Yes.
In your interactions with Ms. Kardash, what were your observations as to her skill in managing that property and managing the greater Prairie Chicken population?
Well, my observations from a work setting perspective is that she was a very capable and skilled wildlife biologist. She handled all of the duties that were assigned to her, not just property management, but all of the duties that came with the station in very professional manner. We talked about, briefly mentioned, I think witness Keir did, regarding Lisa assuming her station in 2006. That was shortly after the previous prairie chicken management plan had been drafted. Then, as is now, it was quite clear that if we were going to make progress with the habitat management and the species, that we were going to basically need to develop partnerships. Lisa was instrumental in developing partnerships with Pheasants Forever, with the Golden Sands, RC&D, a number of other organizations. In addition, to try to accomplish the habitat management goals and deal with very limited budgets, Lisa pursued grazing contracts with local beef producers, and the grazing by those animals on the property did two things. One is it could control the woody vegetation, but at the same time reduce the costs to the agency. So I also would have been involved in approving any out-of-state travel from Lisa to attend directly related conferences or training sessions related to prairie chicken management. Lisa was a member of the Prairie Chicken Technical Council, which is a group of biologists, researchers, scientists that work across the Midwest and in the Central Plains on prairie grouse species. So those are I guess, most of the interactions that I can testify to.
As a state wildlife director, what were your observations as to her knowledge of the animal itself and its behavior characteristics?
Well, she was my go-to person as the wildlife director to ask specific questions if I needed to. Obviously, starting in 2006, it would have been fairly green, but after, well, now it's approximately 18 years worth of experience, probably around 11 or 12 years worth of experience at the time that I retired. But it was quite clear already by the time I retired that she had fully immersed herself into the details of prairie chicken management, made the connections with technical experts across the Midwest, and she would be the person that they went to as well with regards to questions regarding prairie chickens in Wisconsin. So I'm very confident in Lisa's ability to, I guess, make professional judgments with regards to the impacts and landscape changes on this bird.
No further questions of this witness.
Okay, thanks. Something triggered in my mind and it's gone. I thought I had a question here. Oh, yeah. So just to briefly follow up what you mentioned in terms of, was it cattle grazing on the land to reduce woody vegetation? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And was that successful? To what extent can you describe it as have worked or not worked?
It's still in play, and they've been looking for opportunities to expand that in the management cycle.
And do you consider that an alternative to controlled burning or a supplement? How do those two interact?
I consider it to be a supplement.
Okay, so you'd still want to see controlled burning to reduce woody vegetation as well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just curious about that. All right. Thanks. All right. Any cross?
No cross from the applicant.
No cross. Okay. So you're excused. Thanks very much. Oh, unless
Thank you.
Attorney Meyer, do you have a follow-up for my question?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. You're excused.
Then I'd like to call Mr. Lowell Suring.
All right. Let me just, I got it. Okay. And we already took Learman, right?
Yes, we did.
Yes. Okay. I don't do that, we're going to be in trouble. I got. Good enough. All right. So witness Suring. Okay.
Good afternoon, Lowell.
There you are. Okay. Let me switch this up a little bit.
Ms. Suring, would you take the witness stand, please?
Yes, we have him here. I'm just going to thought he was muted. I think can just test out your mic there. I thought you might have been muted before.
Hello.
Okay, actually that's working great. Okay, so let me swear you in. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, great, thanks. I'm just gonna show the witness list on the screen here. Okay, go ahead. Okay, Attorney Meyer, it's your witness.
Can I interject before I ask questions? I think especially on Hoagie.
I'm sorry. On
I may have not asked about exhibits, but that being
Oh, did you not swear any exhibits? I did think of something else you needed to say. Okay.
can we come back to Hoagie then?
Yeah, we can recall him. That's fine. You want to do that now so we don't forget?
Sure. Mr. Hoagie, could you take the witness stand, please? Mr. Hoagie, and let's see. I believe you had 9.
Yes.
Mr. Hoagie, you offered 9 exhibits, Hoagie 1 through 9. Would you swear to the, one, did you offer those exhibits and do you swear to their authenticity?
Yes, I did offer them, and I do.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much. I'm gonna cross all those dots and dot all those T's. So
And I think Kamrowski's still coming up. Suring is here. Can you scroll back up, please, Your Honor? Hoagie, I don't think I had any more exhibits except a cure, which we did.
yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad we caught that. I'm glad.
Yeah. So back to Suring?
Yes, please.
All right. So I see you there. Okay, so you've been sworn and go ahead with your question.
Mr. Suring, have you testified previously in this proceeding?
I have.
And was it both or all of direct testimony, rebuttal, and sur rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it was.
if you were asked, would you testify before us today with the same testimony?
Yes, I would.
And we got to look down here. I think there's 20. Can we scroll? I think there's 27 exhibits.
Yes, it should be appearing on your screen there.
I think you would need to move to give me more of the right side for the number.
Let's just do this. Does that help?
Yes, it does. There's 27. And you have filed exhibits 1 through 27.
Yes.
Would you testify to the accuracy and truthfulness of the oral testimony and the authenticity of the exhibits?
Yes.
And if you were here today, I think I asked you that you'd give the same testimony.
Correct.
Let's move on to other things. Do you know Lisa Kardash?
Yes, I have known
Your Honor,
Lisa.
I'm going to object to this line of question. If it's going to be bootstrapping on Miss Kardash's reputation, I just don't know where it gets us. She's no longer a witness in this case. She's effectively irrelevant. We have a witness coming up. I just don't understand this line of questioning. He's asking character witness testimony. It's not appropriate for the structure.
I'm getting at, and what I'm trying to do is protect her testimony and the credibility of her testimony in case there's any challenges to the credibility of that testimony or by the applicant or another party. That's the only reason I'm doing this, but I think it's a very important one for accurate testimony and credible testimony presented to the commission.
Now, the argument, Your Honor, she could be a Nobel laureate, which would be wonderful, but somebody else has adopted her testimony. That witness will be on the stand here in approximately 10 minutes if we can get through this. And he can ask any question he wants about that witness's qualifications to adopt her testimony. And hopefully it authenticates it to his satisfaction and to yours. But trying to continue to talk about what a great person and what a great knowledgeable mind Ms. Kardash is or was is irrelevant to what's in front of us now.
Okay, well, I understand both positions. And like I said, this is sort of an unusual scenario in our process where we have witnesses dropping out with already having filed testimony for the record and not being available at this point. But I think that at this point, we do have two witnesses speaking to the character and experience of witness Kardash. So at this point, if that's where we're headed, it's cumulative at best and duplicative for the record. So I think we do have enough to backstop whatever qualifications, whatever defense of her qualifications the parties would need to argue about. If there's anything else for this witness, then why don't we? So I'm going to sustain the objection, and let's move on to other questions if there are.
Can I ask for a clarification, Your Honor? I appreciate what you're saying in regard to what has been said previously by Mr. Kier and obviously Mr. Hoagie. But I think these questions will be very relevant and necessary when I'm speaking or we're questioning Mr. Halfley, her supervisor, who supervised her work for this project. I would hope the ruling, I'm asking that the ruling not be only applied that you made the cumulativeness to Mr. Suring and not be a precedent for such a ruling, at least at this time, for similar questions to Mr. Halfley, because he is adopting her testimony. I think.
Okay, I agree with you. That's fine. Appreciate you seeking the clarification.
Mr. Suring, thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Kamrowski, could you?
Your Honor, I do have cross for Mr. Surin. I wasn't sure where we were with the
Okay,
pause.
yeah, me either. Okay, so so the witness Suring is available for cross, is that correct? We're done, you're done asking him questions,
Yes.
Attorney? Okay, so let's move on to cross. I'll start with the applicant.
Your Honor, could you please pull up Mr. Surin's rebuttal testimony, second revision?
Okay, let's see if, yes. Let me make sure we got the right one. And where would you like that to go?
If we could go to the top of page 10, please.
Okay.
Mr. Surin, on the page that is currently in front of you from your rebuttal, page 10, you define local environmental benefits. Use a different term for that. You call them ecosystem services. And is it accurate that those local environmental benefits or ecosystem services, as you call them, include, from your perspective, improved local water quality, increased carbon sequestration, and improved habitat for several wild species?
Yes.
And all of that are local benefits as you understand them and have defined them?
Yes.
Are there any additional local benefits that I've not described that you would consider part of these ecosystem services?
I have not given that thought. I can't answer that question specifically.
You can't answer because you don't have any additional
No.
benefits to add?
I have not
I can't.
explored that question to the point that I have additional benefits to say right now. I'm not saying there are not any. What I am saying is I am not able to describe or discuss those at this point because I have not had the opportunity to think about that and research it.
But there are possible additional local benefits, I think, is what you're saying, correct?
There are possible, yes.
Okay. Can we please scroll down to line 20, Your Honor? Mr. Suring, can you please read the sentence that begins on line 20 with the words "the increase"?
I cannot read the whole sentence because the
Cut off.
maybe I could change that.
Could that be done for everyone, please, Your Honor?
Yeah,
Are you not seeing it? Is that the problem?
Cut off.
I can't see the far right-hand side because that's where the images are presented on the computer screen.
Okay, let's go off the record. So, is anyone else having that problem? I've never heard of this being an issue before.
I don't have that problem, Your Honor.
The galley view is cutting off maybe a quarter of the page.
So it could be that okay, so you may be able to adjust that for yourself personally. I don't know if I can affect how big the document looks on your screen. But if you hover your cursor over the
Okay, I changed the view. I can see the document.
Okay, good. And so I don't know if Attorney Meyer's in the same position.
I'll get it right.
Okay, yeah. All right. So witness Suring, you can see the document in full.
Yes.
Okay. So are we ready for you to read that? Is that where we're at this point?
Do you
Yes, could
want
you
me
please
to
read the
read
sentence that begins,
the
sentence that
complete
begins with
sentence?
the words, the increase?
Yeah, the increase in ecosystem services that may be realized if negative impacts of the VSS project to Greater Pichikin are not avoided would be minor when compared to the potential extirpation of a species in addition to the loss.
I'm
in
sorry, I
habit-
kind of lost you. I kind of lost
I'm
you because you're
sorry.
fading away. It's really quiet.
Yeah,
Minor when compared to the potential.
minor when compared to the potential extirpation of a species in addition to the loss in habitat effectiveness for all the species that are covered by the umbrella of Grady prairie chickens.
And your use of the term ecosystem systems, ecosystem services in that sentence is as you just previously described in your testimony, both here today and in pre-filed testimony, correct?
I believe so. I'm not sure of the question.
Well, you used the phrase ecosystem services in that sentence. And just a minute ago, we defined
Yes.
you consider
Yes.
ecosystem services to be. My
Yes.
question is, it has the same meaning in that sentence as you defined previously, correct?
It does, yes.
Is there any level of improvement to ecosystem services as you've defined them from construction and operation of the Vista Sand Solar Project that would warrant, in your opinion, any negative impact to the greater prairie chicken population?
I'm not sure what the question means.
Can I have a read back, please?
Sure, yeah, let's read it back.
Question, is there any level of improvement to system services as you've defined them from construction and operation of the Vista Sand Solar Project that would warrant any negative impact to the greater prairie chicken?
Well, I'm sorry, by just reading it back, I still do not understand what you are asking.
Let me try this a different way.
Thank you.
You recognize that there can be improvements to ecosystem services from certain activities, correct?
Yes.
So my question is there any level of improvement to ecosystem services that could be caused by Vista Sand Solar that would warrant, in your opinion, the balance of a negative impact to the greater prairie chicken?
Objection.
This is a hypothetical question. So that extent and what the possibilities are need to be given some definition. Otherwise, it's up to the imagination of what
Your
they
Honor,
can do.
I'm using the very terms he defined himself, and he said, as he just read from line 20 of page 10, he made a conclusion there about the value proposition of increased benefits in ecosystem services, i.e. local environmental benefits, and the impact of this project. So I'm asking him, what's the tipping point, if any, in that analysis?
Objection overruled.
Okay, the tipping point between providing the ecosystem services and the potential negative effect on greater prairie chickens. Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Okay, what am I supposed to say here? What is your question relative to that? There is a tipping point. I can't describe what that is.
Well, you've decided in this case that the increase in ecosystem services is not warranted based upon your conclusion that the project will impact greater prairie chickens, correct?
Yeah, what I'm saying is the loss of ecosystem services that may potentially, those ecosystem services that may potentially be lost if the situation for greater prairie chickens is addressed by the project
That will happen. Yes, I agree. There will be some loss in ecosystem services if proper management is provided for the greater prairie chickens.
I understand that's your testimony, and I am asking you a hypothetical, which I'm allowed to do. And my question is, at what point would local benefits from this project outweigh your concern of any impact to the greater prairie chicken?
I don't think there is that point. As far as I'm concerned, the project does not overrun the status of the greater prairie chickens. If any negative impact on if the project must go on to gain all those ecosystem services, and that results in the demise of greater prairie chickens, that is not what I would consider appropriate.
And my question was not about the demise of the greater prairie chicken as you have framed it. My question was, what amount of ecosystem services would be beneficial enough from this project to result in some impact on the greater prairie chicken?
I don't think there is a number.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Any other cross? No. All right, redirect.
Can we scroll back up to your definition of ecosystem services?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, so let me just check this. Page 9, page 10 of the direct. No, rebuttal.
Yeah. And you define them specifically. And they're things that are quantifiable, or at least surmisable. Improve local water quality. We all know what that means, is there's degraded water.
Objection. He's not asking a question. He's testifying.
You could ask, frame your statements as questions to the witness, please.
Sure. Let's say, I'm trying to put some parameters in the question, but let me see if I can do that differently. Let's assume what I'm saying is accurate, that there are high nitrates and other water contaminations in the area. And let's assume that carbon is sequestered by the plants to the extent those plants can sequester, and that there's provision of habitat for other species that would normally happen. Would that offset, in your mind, based on what you believe would happen to the greater prairie chicken with this project not complying with certain further mitigation efforts, such as movement away from nesting areas and LECs?
So no, I don't think the trade-off is appropriate.
Would those things be of more benefit to the greater prairie chicken than not having the solar facility within the distances that you believe is necessary?
Those things would contribute to the positive reaction of the prairie chickens if the mitigation and avoidance practices that we have suggested would take place.
But I'm contrasting the two, which Mr. Callisto is doing. If they did those things, would that offset the danger in your mind to the population that would be caused to the population of greater prairie chickens?
Yes, it would.
No, I think you're not understanding.
You're saying, what I understood was if they carried out the recommended avoidance and mitigation practices, would that then, would this environmental benefits associated with that action, would they benefit the prairie chicken population?
What I'm asking is if you had just those benefits, improve water quality from putting the arrays in the way they're proposing to do it, within the close to the wax and close to the nesting, with those benefits,
okay, yeah, I think
offset the
understand.
threat to the
Yeah,
greater prairie chicken.
Okay, the benefits that would be provided with the project as it's proposed now would have some benefit to prairie chickens, but the impact of the project as it is now, I believe, would tip them over on their tipping point, and they would eventually become an extirpated population.
No further questions.
All right, thanks very much. You're excused.
Okay. I believe we just have Mr. Kamrowski.
Yes, I think you're right. All right, I see you there. So let's swear you in. Oh, you were there. There you are. Okay. I've been watching you this whole time. There you are. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Go ahead.
You're a patient man. Mr. Kamrowski, and this is foundational, Your Honor, but it's been used for every part of his testimony. What is your position?
I'm executive director of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation.
And you speak for the board on the recommendations that are made through your testimony. Is that correct?
I do in my role. I am to basically do the board's vote and board's wishes.
Okay, and that's all I'll ask foundationally.
Even that's not really necessary, but I know it's a reflex for everyone to do that. So go ahead.
Yeah, because at times I think there's been question who speaks for the Federation, and I understand why.
Sure, but it's in the written testimony. It's
okay.
fine. Yeah.
You have given direct, indirect, or not indirect, rebuttal and rebuttal testimony, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
If you were asked those same questions, would you give the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
And to your knowledge, is that testimony truthful and accurate?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you some other questions because they've come up today. What is the mission and limits of the mission and the incorporation in terms of the task that the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation can be involved with?
Yeah, I can elaborate. So the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation is a 501c3 nonprofit in the state of Wisconsin. And we have two main mission pillars as an organization. So the first is policy advocacy work. So we're working in the legislature, the U.S. Capitol, and then, as well as the governor's office. And then we do education efforts as well, mainly focusing on youth, but we also do general education for the broader public as well.
Okay, so I appreciate that testimony, but again, that's in your written statements.
But Mr. Kier was asked questions.
I understand, but just get to the questions. We don't need the background.
Well, okay, do we have authority to buy land?
No, not with our board of directors, with the way our bylaws are structured. We are focused on those two main pillars.
What about land management?
We do not do that either as an organization.
One of our is the Dane County Conservation League, one of our affiliates.
Yes, they are.
And it's their responsibility or their involvement. Is it their, have they that as part of their responsibilities to buy and manage lands for conservation?
Yeah, as a separate organization that is affiliated as an affiliate member, they have their own mission directives, and theirs is land management as well as land acquisition efforts.
You have heard the position, the changed position. Well, you've given testimony in the past.
Yep.
And let me sum what I believe it is in the record, and this is changing. That's the reason it's being brought up. It's been, our foundation has been changed. I believe you initially gave testimony about a half mile from buffer from nesting areas and a mile from lakes.
Yep, that's correct.
And then the department, as I recall in the testimony, the Department of Natural Resources had a more expansive definition, or made changed how the number of deletions that took place. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we looked in that, didn't we look, and that covered our area, and that just was a different way of saying it? And did we endorse that proposal?
Yes, the units were different, but after the map overlay, it was virtually identical. So we endorse that.
And you heard Mr. Kier's testimony now that they've changed it again and reduced that area. Do we still stay or not by our position, the first two positions that we brought forward, the distance one and then the deletion one that we endorsed from the Department of Natural Resources?
I just want to get some clarification before he answers this. Witness Kier is a WWF witness, right? Was those statements not the position of WWF?
Well, we have taken the position, and the reason we do this is organizationally. He speaks for the board right now, and Jim Kier's not a member. He's our witness. But remember when we had the difference in witnesses?
Yes, but so did the board vote on this between the time Witness Kier had made this statement and now?
He's being consistent.
Witness Komorowski is now going to speak for the board?
He is speaking for the board. What the board did was that half mile and mile. So he's just distinguishing that we are staying with that and not going with the DNR. That may be helpful. We're trying to avoid confusion to the commission.
Okay, could you just add, so in Komorowski's rebuttal, is this not the current state of affairs? Are we changing?
I would have to go back and read it. by this point in time.
Well, that's what it takes.
Why? Just wanted to put it on the record again.
Well, okay, let's ask this.
I don't think we,
Let's
don't
ask the witness what the current position is of WWF in terms of step backs. Just give us the statement, please.
yeah,
Yep, so WWF is staying consistent throughout our setbacks from the original discussions that we had in my original direct testimony. And then we had that prior discussion earlier about Site 21. That'd be the kind of the only addition
yeah.
for a change.
The DNR testimony came out the same time we did, so we didn't have it before us. I do not have any further questions of this witness.
Okay, any cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Kamrowski, you're aware that Lisa Kardash is no longer a witness in this case for the WDNR?
Yes, I am aware.
When did
Do you want to clarify that? You said for the DNR.
Your Honor, he's my witness right now. He can get asked questions by his attorney during redirect.
Okay.
My witness.
I agree. Proceed.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Attorney Meyer, I guess appropriately would be to object. I understand sometimes we do interrupt for clarification. I guess we're just getting to our nerves are up, so let's just keep it more formal at this point. Thanks.
Mr. Kamrowski, when did WWF become aware that Lisa Kardash was no longer a witness for the WDNR?
Relatively recently, from my understanding.
Do you not know?
I do not know an exact date.
Is there somebody here who was a witness for WWF who would know when WWF became aware of that?
It wouldn't be myself. I can't remember that date or that general time frame.
Well, do you know if you became aware of that or the organization became aware that she was no longer a witness any sooner than when DNR filed its rebuttal testimony in this case?
I'm speaking to myself personally. I am not aware at this time of when.
Okay, well, when did you become aware?
I think a week or two ago, from my recollection.
So who let you know that?
I was informed by a DNR staff member.
Which DNR staff member was that?
It was a bureau director.
And what's the name, please?
Eric Lobner.
What did he say to you about Ms. Kardash no longer participating in this case?
He said she could no longer participate for various personal reasons and just wanted to make sure I had a heads up in relation to it.
And you believe that that was at least a week or two ago. Is that correct?
Yep.
Can you be any more specific with that date?
I mean, it was a heads up, like phone call. And I get a fair amount of phone calls, so they all kind of blend together.
Fair enough to say that it was at least 7 days ago that you got that heads up?
Yep, from my recollection.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So let me try and understand where WWF is right now with its recommendations for setbacks. In your direct testimony, you supported what specifically?
The Wisconsin Wildlife Federation supported a half-mile setback from grassland habitat areas, as well as a 1 mile setback.
Is this not clear already in the record?
Your Honor, I just want to understand where he is, because I think they've changed. I don't know what he said versus what his attorney said. I just want to make sure. I promise you I'll be quick here.
All right.
So go ahead, Mr. Kamrowski.
All right, thank you. So it's a 1/2 mile setback or buffer zone from grassland grassland habitat type areas, and then a 1 mile setback from lekking or booming grounds.
But then in your rebuttal testimony,
Hey,
while
John.
still generally, sorry, but in your rebuttal testimony, while generally supporting that concept, you also explicitly adopted the DNR's primary recommendation. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct at the time.
And you're aware, of course, that the DNR has now changed its setback recommendations in the Sir rebuttal testimony of Ryan Hafel,
Yes, I am aware of it.
and you no longer support that. Is that right?
We support parts of that recommendation, but there are some parts that we believe will cause some concern with the greater prairie chicken and the nesting and necking ground or lekking grounds. And then, so I do have some recommendations. I jotted some notes down. So we recommended that the following solar array fields not be deleted as well. Solar array fields 23, the western 1/2 and the northwestern quarter, and the eastern 1/2 of 37, 43, and 44. And then we had those earlier conversations about proposed site 21 as well.
And that is putting back in primary array 21, correct?
Yep, that is correct. Based off of it being privately held. And
when, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Anything
Sorry.
else? And when WWF became aware that DNR was going to change its position, strike that. When did you become aware that DNR was going to change its position in this case in its Sir rebuttal testimony?
I'd say a week and a half ago.
So was it the same phone call where you learned that Lisa Kardash was not going to be a witness?
No, it was a separate phone call.
And who was that phone call with?
Mr. Meyer, or Attorney Meyer.
So it's fair to say that Mr. Meyer and WWF knew before DNR filed its Sir rebuttal testimony that DNR was going to change its position, correct?
Objection.
Can you say
There's
the
an
question?
objection. I need to hear what the objection is about.
The question was, you're asking him when I called him and told him that, and you're giving a particular date. I mean, I'll put myself on the witness stand if necessary. We saw a filing and I called him.
Okay, that's not necessary. I don't know what the objection is.
Well, withdraw the objection.
Okay. All right, so should we read the question back?
Yes, please.
So there was a question from Attorney Callisto.
Question. So it's fair to say that Mr. Meyer and WWF knew before DNR filed its Sir rebuttal that DNR was going to change its position, correct?
No, I don't. Again, I can't remember the exact dates and time. It all kind of blended together. I guess I can't answer on was it before or after. It's kind of all right around the same time frame.
Do you know if WWF experts who testified in this case had any communication with DNR about the change in position prior to DNR filing its Sir rebuttal testimony?
No, not that I'm aware of.
What specifically does WWF object to in terms of the new DNR recommendation? Besides the listed locations, what's the basis for that objection?
Wherever the difference from DNR's recommendation to WWF's recommendation, again, I'm not sure of the exact map overlay, but the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation 1/2 mile and 1 mile setbacks, the recommendation that DNR had that included panels within those setbacks that WWF set forth, those are the ones that we do not support from DNR's recommendation.
I understand that. I'm asking you, what's the basis for that lack of support?
Lack of support from the agency.
What is the basis for the fact that you do not support the DNR's current proposal?
Because this was our technical working group. We put these numbers together, or these setbacks together right from the get-go. And after doing our reviews, and those are the numbers we're sticking with, because we feel like that is the best number, or the best buffer for the greater prairie chicken, as well as the Buena Vista wildlife area.
So to summarize, you initially supported a half mile and a mile, correct?
That is correct.
Then you supported the DNR proposal as originally proposed, the primary proposal, correct?
Yes, that was because the overlays between our recommendation and DNR's were virtually identical.
But now you don't support the current DNR proposal. You don't support the prior DNR proposal, and you're going back to 1/2 mile and 1 mile.
We supported the initial DNR proposal, and then there was a change in it. So then we are sticking to our original number. It hasn't changed this entire time.
Right.
It's the units of measurement changed, but the lines, or the buffer boundaries that we've established have been the same throughout the process. It's been the agency that has changed from their initial version to the existing as it stands today.
This is clear to me. Is there any other questions?
Can you please, I do, but not on this topic. Can you please turn to your SIR rebuttal? Your Honor, if you could put that up, please, page 3.
Actually, before we do that, let's go off the record. Debbie, do you need a break? Is there something?
No.
No, you're okay, because you're the most important person here. Don't worry. Okay, so you're good. No.
Thank you. I do have to go to the bathroom, but I'm not going to interrupt for that.
I'm not giving you that. No.
I know. It's okay. That I can hold.
All right, so let's get on the record. Go ahead. So what page were we on?
Page 3.
Yeah.
There we go. And it's line 20, please. Can you please read the sentence that begins with the word candidly?
Your Honor, I think this is the wrong testimony up on the screen.
Yeah.
Not saying that. Oh, right. Yes, you're right. Okay. Right.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex.
Needs a break. Candidly,
Thank you.
there it is.
You could please read that sentence.
Yes, sir. Candidly, there is at least a perception that in relatively similar fact situations, the PSC has followed and cited past commission actions in making decisions on a then current case before them.
So whose perception are you talking about there?
Like when I say them, the Public Service Commission is who I'm referring to.
I'm asking whose perceptions.
It's I guess the organizations, as well as kind of standing case, and I'm no attorney, but like standing cases and different situations that are contested, that are looked to.
Well, a perception is something that's held by somebody. I'm wondering who holds the perceptions that you say are being held.
The members we represent throughout the entire state are our affiliates, as well as members, the conservation community here in Wisconsin.
And when you talk about relatively similar fact situations, what are you referring to there?
Looking at, relatively similar situations. Obviously, this is an anomaly situation that we're in right now. But looking at other energy development projects where there might be a sensitive wildlife or sensitive habitat types. That's kind of the nature of what I was getting at there.
Well, you must have been thinking about a particular situation. That's what I'm asking you. What are the fact situations that you're referring to there? If it's a specific case, what is it?
I have no specific case, but you just any energy development, renewable energy development, there are, sensitive habitat types, wildlife species types, and that's kind of what I'm trying to refer to. I have colleagues from throughout the country that they're calling. We're always talking about wildlife friendly development. So it's more of a general way I've been phrasing it with that.
Right, but you're talking about the PSC specifically, correct?
Yeah, in this instance, yes.
And so you cannot tell me the particular fact situation you're talking about where you say the commission has followed past actions in a way that apparently is not favorable to the environmental community?
I'm phrasing it as, I'm going to reread it one more time so I'm not getting too mixed up in my own words here, but okay. I mean, it just more or less looking to past projects and also setting some, parameters moving forward with future projects, because we all know renewable energy development is going to be happening in the future. So more wildlife habitat, energy development conflicts are going to be happening. That's the lens we're kind of looking at, because solar is relatively new on the landscape here in Wisconsin, prospectively. So that's kind of the context.
But as we sit here and under oath, you can't think of a particular fact situation that you were referring to in your testimony, correct?
I mean, there's I can't remember the exact energy company in southwestern Wisconsin. There was some different conflicts, local conflicts, wildlife discussions had. And then in my previous job, not with this organization, there was an energy development project in Columbia County. It wasn't near this size, but when I was in my past role, I received a lot of public correspondence talking about prime habitat being altered and put into solar fields.
Do you have a personal position that the commission has not followed the law in relation to conservation?
No, I think we're doing this process right now, and this is part of that process to ensure there's sound conservation policies or actions being done, as well as responsible energy development as well.
Can you please turn to your SIR rebuttal, page 8? Line 12, Your Honor.
Have it right?
Correct. Can you please read the 2 sentences that begin with the phrase, "It is accurate"?
Yep, I can start. It is accurate that the Federation did not submit a great deal of testimony on the project's beneficial impacts on climate change and pollution reduction. Do you want me to go further?
Please read the next sentence.
Okay. The simple answer to that point is that the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation does not have the financial or staff resource bandwidth to do so.
So it's your testimony that it was finances that prevented WWF from supporting the other benefits of this project, correct?
That is correct. That's my testimony.
Do you believe you needed an expert witness to agree with the testimony of Clean Wisconsin in this case?
Could you ask that one more time, please? Sorry.
Well, you're familiar with the testimony of Clean Wisconsin in this case, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And they generally talk about the benefits of this project to the environment, correct?
Yes.
And that's essentially the same kind of testimony that Renew's expert witness filed also, right?
Yeah, relatively similar.
So did you need finances to have one of your witnesses agree with the benefits that are in the expert testimony of Renew or Clean?
No, we didn't need finances to do that. We as an organization are taking up the stance with in relation to the greater prairie chicken as well as the Buena Vista wildlife area. That's the lens we're wearing with this.
Do you disagree with any of the conclusions made by Renew or Clean Wisconsin in their testimony in this case?
I do not disagree. Just I mean,
Objection, can you clarify? There's been a wide range of comments by Clean Wisconsin, and there's testimony on or disagreement on some of them.
Okay, that's fair.
So let me ask you first, do you agree with, and I'll take each one separately. Do you agree with the testimony that was filed and the conclusions reached by the expert witness for Clean Wisconsin in this case?
Some of it, or portions of it. I can't agree with everything on every different witness and their testimony.
Do you agree broadly with the benefits of this project as testified to by Clean Wisconsin on a climate change basis?
Yes.
Any reason to object to the same line of questioning and conclusions from the Renew expert?
Again, yes, or in part.
I'm talking specifically about the climate change piece now. Do you
Which
agree with the
part
Renew?
of objection? Which part? There's been wide discussions about general support for climate change, and then there's comments about what impact that has on the prairie chickens versus putting the solar arrays there. Which one are you referring to?
So I think on an objection like this, I think it's pretty a typical process that we go through the testimony and pinpoint the statements that are we're expecting the witness to confirm or deny. So Attorney Callisto, if you do want to pursue this line of questioning, we're going to have to go through that testimony and point and have the witness confirm those statements. Also, for the benefit of the record, I'm not really sure if we're just getting the WWF's position on the other witnesses' statements, or if we're getting some sort of expert opinion that's adopting the other party's position. So we need to be clear about where we're headed in those terms on the record. So I think we'll need both to get some more background on witness Karamovsky's education and experience, whether he can speak to the analysis provided by Clean and Renew, and then whether in terms of just adopting the position as far as the organization is concerned, we'll need to have him go through that testimony and confirm or disavow whatever statements you'd like him to review. But it's fair to say, in a general sense, I guess it's confusing to the record to just have him say, well, part of that, we agree with part of that testimony without really providing an opportunity to get into an analysis. We could do this on redirect, but I think it would be more efficient just to pursue it directly on cross. So which parts of, we want to start with Clean Wisconsin, which parts of the Mathewson testimony would you like him to review for confirmation?
Oh, Your Honor, let me try and do it without going through the testimony. If we can't, then we can go to the testimony.
That's what I'm saying. We need to go through the testimony. If you want him to confirm.
Can we please turn to direct Renew Kel, page 13.
Renew, sorry.
Does WWF have any objection to the conclusions made by Mr. Kell that are reflected in Table 3 and Table 4?
Well, I have a clarification question. Are we talking about the project as a whole, or the project in relation to the recommended reduction to compensate for the buffer zones?
Okay, well, I'm going to interrupt because the WWF did not object to this testimony. It's in the record without objection. I don't know where we're going here, and I think we're complicating the record here. Again, if you're asking the witness as an expert in this area to confirm or reject these conclusions, we'll need to go through that. If you're asking whether WWF has a position on these specifics, then again, we're going to need to ask that question. But to say object, the testimony's in the record, no one has objected to this testimony.
I'll move on, Your Honor. Can we go back to a SIR rebuttal, page 9?
Sure. I believe this is a rebuttal.
Line 14. Can you please read the 2 sentences that begin on line 14 with the first priority?
Yep. The first priority should be the relocation of the solar array fields requested to be moved by the Federation and the Department of Natural Resources to areas more distant from the Buena Vista wildlife area, grasslands, and lakes. And those different locations should include secondary solar array fields identified by Vista Sands in their application, or if still necessary, to other nearby agricultural lands.
So I understand from that the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation has no objection to Vista Sands solar use of the alternative arrays that they have proposed, correct?
As long as those
Excuse me.
alternative. Yep.
I'm sorry, I wanted to clarify that because you do have objection to some of them. But to ones that you've not specifically objected to, you have no objection to Vista Sands Solar's use of the remaining alternative locations, correct?
Yep, that is correct, as long as it is outside that a mile buffer zone that we've been requesting.
And on behalf of the organization, do you have any concern that using those alternative areas will put the project closer to both residential houses and potentially culturally sensitive areas?
I mean, I would like to, I guess, see a map refresh with a map. But at this point, we have no concerns. It's up to the local landowners and property owners. And the community as well.
I'd like you to assume that the alternative sites that you support the project using are closer on the western side of the project to residences than they are as currently proposed. You still support the use of those alternative sites over the ones that Vista Sands is now proposing?
Objection. As I recall, it said we don't object to it. It didn't say support it. There's a difference. That was your question. Objection.
Okay. I'm going to rephrase that.
Can I have a readback, please?
Sure. Let's go ahead with that.
Question, I'd like you to assume that the alternative sites that you support the project using are closer on the westerly side of the project to residences than they are as currently proposed. Do you still support the use of those alternative sites over the ones that Vista Sands, as it stands now, is proposing?
It was a sentence before that, I believe.
Well, this is the outstanding question. So can I have an answer to that question, please?
Well, there's an objection. Whether the
Of whether we support or object, is that the point?
support or not oppose or support, I think is your way you're phrasing it, Attorney Meyer. Do we need to read back his prior answer as to whether he said the organization supported or did not object to? Is that what we're?
Yes.
That be clear? Okay, so we read back the witness's last answer. I think that's where he may have made that statement one way or another.
The very last answer I have is, I would like to, see a map, or refresh with a map, but at this point we have no concerns. It's up to the local land.
I'll be the one before that.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's not.
Question, but to ones that you've not specifically objected to, you have no objection to Vista Sand Solar's. Sorry. To remaining alternative location, correct answer. Yep, that is correct, as long as it is outside that half-mile or mile buffer zone that we've been requesting.
Okay.
Do you need me to keep?
Is there
reading?
more of an answer?
No.
No, okay, yeah, that's, so he did not object to. If you could just rephrase your question, I think we could get past this.
No, I'm done. Thanks. No further cross.
All right,
Redirect.
go ahead. Well, let me ask other cross. We have
sorry.
other interveners, commission staff. No, all right, redirect, go ahead.
Mr. Kamrowski, your testimony isn't as a scientist, is it?
No, I'm not a scientist.
And what were you, as I heard you say, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were relying on the scientific information provided by our technical working group, correct?
That is correct.
There was an early question, and I wrote it down, but I objected, and we went on, so I could do it on direct. Ms. Kardash has never been an employee of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation, has she?
Oh, she, not to my knowledge, no.
You're questioned about perceptions of setting precedents and concerns about setting precedents would have effect in future decisions. Do you recall that discussion with Mr. Callisto?
I do.
Were you in the room or on Zoom when we were debating whether or not we had to have briefs on whether or not the Endangered Species Act, how it would apply to PSC, and Mr. Callisto saying we don't need briefs because it's already been dealt with in 9300 CE 100 case, page 21. Did you hear that?
I did.
Okay. I'm just trying to read my writing here. No further questions.
All right, thanks very much, you're excused. Okay, we still have some significant number of witnesses here because we have all of staff and DNR. So probably appropriate time now to take a quick break. Not hearing any objections. So let's do 15-minute break, get back here, give you till like 3:50 so we can round it up a little.
So could you guys hear my dog barking? No? Oh. That's a pretty piercing bark from a puppy.
What kind of puppy do you have?
She's a English cream golden retriever.
Cute.
Yeah, she's 4 months, so I took a chance by leaving her just over here, but she had to go out and she bugged me. I don't know if you saw her jump up at me. That's when Judge Newmark said, Debbie, do you want a break? I'm like, no. And she held it. She kept coming by me, but
It's a great sign. Yeah, that's awesome.
uh-huh.
Good for 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was totally trained like in 3 weeks, potty trained. She didn't ever go in the house again. It was really weird.
Yeah, good.
What breed is that?
English cream golden retriever.
Oh, okay. Gotta remember that.
And then the two other golden retrievers laying on the floor, just looking at her like, and she's going back and forth like, I gotta go. And I'm like, just lay down.
Yeah, we don't want to cause any accidents here. We're in enough trouble as it is.
If it was that bad, I would have, but I just kept telling her to lay down. I think I accidentally wasn't on mute one time, but
Oh no, that's good. All right, so we are back here and ready to take staff witnesses. So our list.
Your Honor, before we start, can I ask a procedural question?
Yeah, we don't have everyone here yet, so we can, I don't know where, maybe I'm just not seeing them all. But yes, we can do that before we start for sure.
Mr. Meyer's camera is still off.
Oh, okay, there's Alex. Okay, yeah. I'm getting a different review somehow. Oh, no, can't explain this.
I'm having trouble getting it on.
Okay, so Attorney Meyer, can you turn your screen on?
I am trying to.
Ah, there we go. I think I needed to
There we go.
initiate that. Yep. Okay, great. There was an update on Zoom, and there's just a few different things that don't work like they used to. So you know the old story. So great. So let's get started. We are going to take staff witnesses, but
Are we on or no?
Yeah, we're on.
Okay.
Let's get started on the record. Attorney Volsick, you had did you want to do this on the record?
Just scheduling, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go off the record then. What's your question?
I just that I'm not optimistic we're going to finish by 5 and forgive my ignorance in what the procedure normally is.
Okay, sure, yeah. So normally we just keep going if you want to know. But
I assume that
yeah.
I just was I guess not anticipating going past 5. Is there a way that I can continue in the passenger seat of a car?
Well, it depends on, do you think you'll have questions?
I don't believe I'll have questions.
Right. So we can so you're thinking 5 o'clock is kind of our date time for anticipated time to end. We do have some time next week if necessary. I don't really mind moving it out, but then our whole schedule will change. So if we can proceed today, we should. And we'll see how long this takes, but we'll probably need a break, so it'll be in the evening where we would finally end. So having said that, I don't mind if you're in the passenger seat of a car. I think that's a reasonable accommodation. So see what we have to do, but yeah, that you stay connected and you'll be able to field objections or ask questions. If you're comfortable with that, then I am. So we'll take it by ear and see how it goes. See what the balance of time ends up by 5 o'clock. And then we'll figure it out then. So that was
Understood,
kind
Your Honor. Thank you.
of- all right. So we are mindful of the time, don't worry. So let's get started in light of that. We have staff witnesses, so go ahead. Attorney Peters, we'll call it
Yep,
first.
Your Honor, the commission would call Bert Chi to the stand.
All right, there you are.
Good
Raise your
afternoon.
right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Bert Chi.
What is your position at the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin?
I'm a public service engineer.
And how are you involved in this docket?
I reviewed the engineering and technical aspects of this application.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct and surrebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and representations in that testimony you filed true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And are you also sponsoring the staff data request response and completeness determination exhibits?
Yes, I am.
And are you also sponsoring the forthcoming delayed public comment exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
All right, thanks. Any questions for the witness? Start with the applicant.
Nothing here.
All right. So just so you know, that sounded a little bit on the low side, Attorney Callisto. So maybe just turning those, yeah. All right, any questions from interveners? Attorney Meyer, do you have a question?
No,
No? Okay. All right, that's it then. Thanks, you're excused. Next witness.
Next, Your Honor, the commission would call Andrew Kraft to the stand.
See you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Andrew Kraft,
What is your position at the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin?
Environmental Analyst and Historic Preservation Officer.
And how are you involved in this docket?
I did the WisStats 4440 Historic Properties Review.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony and an exhibit titled Exhibit PSC Craft 1 in this docket?
Yes.
And are the statements and representations in that testimony and exhibit you filed true and correct?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony or exhibit at this time?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross.
All right, questions, starting with the applicant.
No questions.
Okay, anyone else? No? All right, thanks, you're excused.
Next, Your Honor, the commission will call Anna Edmonds to the stand.
We are, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Can you
Please
give
state
me
your name.
can you give me 1 second because I have to move her to my screen. Sorry, you were on the second page. Yeah, well, there we go. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right.
Please state your name for the record.
Anna Edmonds.
And what is your position at the Public Service Commission of Wisconsin?
I am an environmental analyst.
And how are you involved in this docket?
I coordinated the preparation of the environmental impact statement for this docket.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and representations in that testimony you filed true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And can you confirm that commission staff filed the environmental impact statement as Exhibit PSC EIS?
Yes, they did.
No further questions, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Any questions?
Not from the applicant.
Anyone else? No? Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the commission would call Jury Rodemacher to the stand.
Great. See you there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And your volume's pretty low, just so you know.
Is that any better?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, maybe I think we can handle that, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Jeree Ruddermacher,
And what is your position at the Department of Natural Resources?
Water Management Specialist.
And how are you involved in this docket?
I reviewed the project for waterway and wetland impacts.
And did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes.
And are the statements and representations in your testimony true and correct?
Yes.
And do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross.
Questions, anyone?
Nothing from the applicant.
All right. Thanks very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Next, Your Honor, the commission would call Samantha Whitens to the stand.
Hi there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Samantha Whitens.
And what is your position at the Department of Natural Resources?
I'm a stormwater engineer.
And how are you involved in this docket?
I reviewed the project for impacts to stormwater.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And no further questions, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross.
Any questions?
Not from the applicant.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Thanks. You're excused.
Next, Your Honor, the commission will call Stacy Rowe to the stand.
Hi there. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or... Oh, okay. We'll try your audio here. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Oh, there you go. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Stacy Rowe.
And what is your position at the Department of Natural Resources?
I am an endangered resources review specialist for utility and transportation projects.
And how are you involved in this docket?
I reviewed this proposed project for impacts to rare and non-game species.
Did you file or cause to be filed direct and surrebuttal testimony in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements and representations in the testimony you filed true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any additions or modifications to your testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Ms. Rowe, in your experience or understanding, how does Wisconsin Statute Section 29.604 govern or inform regulatory actions that the DNR has taken or may undertake with regards to this project?
Yeah, so take is defined under state statute 29604 as the direct mortality of a state listed species. And if take from a project is expected to occur, then an incidental take permit or authorization would be applied for, which requires the project to have minimization and mitigation measures be put in place for that species. For this project, as currently proposed, it is determined that an individual incidental take authorization under state statute 29604 is not needed. It has already been determined that for the one species already indicated in my direct testimony, there is a pre-existing broad incidental take permit and authorization already in place that would apply to this project. In my experience from past CPCN projects, the project, even after commission order, is continually reviewed for impacts to rare species as that project progresses towards construction and areas and plans are finalized. Should an individual IT incidental take authorization be needed for this project, it may affect how the project is implemented with those minimization or mitigation measures, but would not stop the project from happening, nor would it require removal of arrays.
Your Honor, no further questions. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the witness?
Your Honor, no, this is Eric Callisto for the applicant. I appreciate Ms. Rowe's representation here of the agency's involvement. It's quite helpful given our earlier conversation. I don't have questions for her on this. I guess I'm trying to understand if the court's going to require a briefing on the broader questions 3 and 4 as you presented them.
No, I
asked that.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I asked that because it's possible I would ask Ms. Rose some questions, but I honestly hate to open that Pandora's box if we're going to just focus on this particular statute.
Yes, I mean, there are some questions I have, but I don't know if they're, yes, I understand. I guess, just review, close them. So let's just go off the record for a second. So I mean, so off the, well, yeah, off the record, I believe that we've covered 3 and 4 to the extent we can know an answer. I I guess what
I guess what I was going to suggest, Your Honor, on 3 and 4, which are the broader questions, I think if a party has an issue they want to raise in briefing, they're obviously free to raise it in the initial brief, and
but
the
you
other
don't
side can
require,
respond, right?
is that what you're asking?
Yeah. That I think is probably the right way to handle it, obviously,
Okay.
but defer to you.
Okay, yeah, so I'll say that, yes, let's require addressing 1 and 2 and leave the rest open to parties' discretion. That's fair. That's fine. So we're off the record here. So let's get on the record. So after hearing witness Rowe's testimony and listening to Attorney Callisto's request, and I guess I should just ask if any other party or staff have something else to add to that. No, okay, so yeah.
I'd like to
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to at least ask questions.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm asking if someone has anything to add about the issue of briefing that's being raised here right now. Is that what we're talking about? Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so let me just state that originally I proposed 4 issues to require 4 issues be briefed with in relation to the statutes 29.604. After hearing witness Rowe's testimony, I can modify that concept to require that we address issues 1 and 2, and issues 3 and 4 parties can brief at their discretion. We can make this simpler. So basically the issues that I would require would be to describe in general the interplay between Wisconsin statutes 29.604 and 196.491 sub 3 sub D. And second issue, exactly how does Wisconsin statute section 29.604 apply to this proceeding? But given witness Rowe's statement, I think we do have some background here in terms of what generally occurs and can be useful for the decision-making process. So I appreciate that. Any other questions for the witness? Go ahead, Attorney Meyer.
Ms. Rowe, first, thank you for what you do for conservation in Wisconsin. The question I have, in your experience, have you ever, or in your job, have you ever experienced a fact situation similar to this one in terms of the population, its limited area, and a project of this size or this type placed right next to it? Is there any precedent you've had that's identical or similar to it?
Yes, I would say I've worked on a project not identical. It was smaller in size, but it was a solar project very close to this one with similar species involved. Yes.
Greater Prairie Chickens?
Correct.
Can you tell me what that project was?
It was Portage Solar.
Okay, it's the upper part of this property. What's the distance, if you remember, between that project and the boundary of the Buena Vista, if you remember?
That specifically, I don't recall. It was quite nearby though, if not adjacent.
Okay, we'll be able to measure it.
Any other questions? Attorney Meyer, any other questions? Are you concluded?
Oh, I guess I could follow up. What is there a size differential between Portage Solar and Vista Sands?
Portage Solar was smaller in size compared to Vista Sands. By how much exactly though, I couldn't tell you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it may be useful to let people know that parties and staff may cite to a commission final decision, just like a court case. That doesn't require filing the document as an exhibit. However, other documents in the Portage Solar docket cannot be cited to unless they've been duly offered and received on the record in this case. So briefs that include any extraneous assertions of fact any extra record assertion of fact will be struck. Those portions will be struck. So just putting it out there, seems like there may be interest in delving into Portage Solar, but at this point, unless it's received as additional post-hearing evidence, that cannot be used in this proceeding. So no other questions? Do we have a redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks very much. You're excused. And I did want to add that given Ms. Witness Rowe's statements, I won't require that DNR file a non-party brief. I would invite them to, and certainly would look forward to receiving it, but we don't need to make that I won't order them to do so. Okay, next, who's our next witness? Then I think we have one more.
Yep. Finally, Your Honor, the commission would call Ryan Heffley to the stand.
All right, here you are. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Ryan Heffley.
What is your position at the Department of Natural Resources?
Area Wildlife Supervisor in the Bureau of Wildlife Management.
And how are you?
I'm sorry, the Bureau of what management?
Wildlife Management.
Oh, sorry.
And how are you involved with this docket?
My responsibility included the general review and oversight of Ms. Kardash's work as relates to prairie chickens and also the review of the impact to prairie chickens.
Did you file or cause to be filed surrebuttal in this docket?
Yes.
Did you file or cause to be filed an exhibit titled Exhibit WDNR Heffley 1?
Yes.
And are you also sponsoring testimony previously filed as direct and rebuttal testimony of Lisa Kardash?
Yes.
And are you also sponsoring exhibits marked Exhibit WDNR Kardash 1 through 12?
Yes.
And are the statements and representations in the testimony and exhibits you are sponsoring true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or modifications to the testimony or exhibits at this time?
No.
Mr. Heffley, can you please provide an explanation on your role in adopting the testimony of Ms. Kardash and appearing during this hearing?
Yes. Ms. Kardash has experienced a personal health concern that has precluded her from continuing to contribute to the current process and project analysis. I have been directly involved in the development and review of the environmental impact statement and of all testimony and recommendations previously submitted by Ms. Kardash. I assisted Ms. Kardash with some of the literature review associated with this project. I've also had numerous substantive discussions with Ms. Kardash on the scope and content of her testimony and recommendations, which I believe are reflected in her submittals. Given my prior professional experience and expertise as a wildlife biologist, combined with my direct interaction with Ms. Kardash in my role as her supervisor, I am confident in the professional opinion expressed in her testimony and her recommendations as modified in my rebuttal testimony.
And have you reviewed the rebuttal testimony filed by witness Baker, applicant's witness?
Yes.
Do you have a response to witness Baker's suggested order point stating no later than 6 months after the start of construction, Vista Sand Solar will initiate a collaborative process with interested stakeholders on advancing the increase of greater prairie chicken grassland habitat in Wisconsin? Vista Sand Solar shall report back to the commission no later than December 31 of the first year the collaboration starts, and for the next 4 years on the same schedule, on the status and progress of the collaborative's efforts, should the commission approve the project at full capacity.
The value of such a collaboration has merit to enhance the long-term viability of greater prairie chickens in Wisconsin. However, this suggested order point does not contain definitive details regarding the scale or scope, such as the number of acres to be conserved, of the proposed collaborative effort to expand greater prairie chicken habitat, which makes it difficult to say just how effective it would be at this time. With that being said, if the commission does approve the project as proposed by the applicant, the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources would support the suggested order point proposed by Mr. Baker.
Mr. Heffley, were you present for Mr. Baker's testimony today, where he discussed the applicant being willing to commit approximately $2.1 million over 10 years for the purpose of implementing the goals identified in the 2022 to 2032 Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan?
Yes.
Do you have any response to that testimony?
Yes. Mr. Baker's proposed funding commitment is appreciated. Commitments of funding require internal review by appropriate department staff before they can be accepted. The specific details of the commitment can influence the manner in which the funds can be used. Therefore, at this time, it is not possible for me to comment on the specific effects the proposed funding could have, including its potential to offset any negative impacts of the project as currently proposed.
Mr. Heffley, were you present for the testimony given at the beginning of the hearing by James Keir?
Yes.
Do you have any response to his testimony regarding the recommendation you made in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes. The recommendation in my rebuttal testimony involved the removal of primary array 21 due to the fact that it is adjacent to private land that is currently in suitable habitat for greater prairie chickens, and the project has the potential to impact that usable habitat. When we reviewed the project, we looked at the contribution and the potential effect to not only habitat on Buena Vista Wildlife Area, but also suitable habitat on the private land surrounding Buena Vista Wildlife Area, as this land is also used by greater prairie chickens.
Do you have any clarification regarding the statements made by witness Keir earlier today regarding the recommendations that existed in testimony initially filed by Lisa Kardash?
Yes. What witness Keir testified to regarding the recommendations included in testimony initially filed by Lisa Kardash was not listed in either Ms. Kardash's primary or secondary recommendation, as it would be a half mile from Buena Vista and a mile from any Lex, which is beyond any recommendations made in that testimony of Ms. Kardash.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time. The witness is available for cross-examination.
All right. So we'll open that up for cross. I did want to just put some guardrails on the questions involving Ms. Kardash's personal situation. I don't know it and I don't want to know it. So I think we have the facts that we have on the record, but anything else I think is just personal information that's not necessary for the commission to render a decision. So at this point, we can open up open up for cross-examinations. Who do we have? I'm assuming the applicant has questions.
I do, Your Honor. I do have one question on Ms. Kardash. Let me ask it And if you think it's objectionable, then please let me know. Mr. Hafel, without providing any information on what you've described as Ms. Kardash's personal health concerns, is there any other reason besides those personal health concerns that you replaced Ms. Kardash in this case?
Okay, that's fair.
No, everything was related to what I would disclose today.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understand where you are with primary array 21. I think we understand that WWF has proposed putting that back into the project. I understand that DNR at this point does not support that.
I object to the question. That was not what the testimony was, that it be investigated to whether or not DNR and the company thought it could be put back in. That's an important clarification.
Okay, so let's just be as accurate as possible in your question.
That was my memory of the testimony, but regardless, does DNR support putting primary array 21 back into this project?
No.
And why is that?
Primary array 21 is adjacent to suitable habitat on private lands that have the potential to impact as defined throughout the testimony due to the proximity of suitable habitat.
Would DNR be willing to explore and possibly support putting that array back into the project, subject to the results of any exploration?
No.
So I'm not going to remember exactly how your attorney represented the DNR's position on the $2.1 million funding commitment Mr. Baker made today. Can you just please describe that for me again, the DNR's position on that?
The DNR's position on that is that the funding commitment is appreciated given requirements for how funding can be transferred to the DNR through various sources, especially gifts. I'm not able to comment on the feasibility of that or how that would be able to take place at this time.
Are you aware of any commitment in the last 5 years, as much as that amount from any other donor for the grasslands and greater Prairie Chicken issues in the Central Sands area?
Not at that value, no.
If you know, what has been the largest value donation in that time period?
I don't recall at this time.
And does Vista Sands' commitment to that amount of money change the DNR's position as reflected in your SIR rebuttal testimony?
No.
Is there any amount of funding that Doral could offer to help the greater Prairie Chicken effort in the Central Sands region that would strike that? No further questions.
I'd love to hear the answer to that one. Okay, who else would like to ask questions? Go ahead, Attorney Meyer.
I'm debating whether to ask that question. I know what I would do if I were secretary. And thank you for picking up the responsibilities of this project, and we thank you for your work in conservation, your service to the people of the state. Where's your office in relationship to Ms. Kardash's?
My office is in the Wisconsin Rapid Service Center, where Miss Kardash also has an office.
So you see her just about every day or every work day, pretty close?
Interact with her weekly, yes, I would say.
And I'm going to ask you several questions about her skills, knowledge in terms of the Buena Vista Wildlife Area and the Greater Portage. And I'm doing that because you're taking a big responsibility, assuming her testimony. And obviously you have to, you weigh that in terms of your confidence in it and defensibility as a witness. So just tell me what you think as I answer these questions. You're her supervisor, right?
Correct.
Do you do evaluations of her work relative to Greater Prairie Chickens and the Buena Vista Wildlife Area?
Yes.
Without getting into personnel matters, does she have, or deeply into them, are you satisfied with the accuracy and of her work in those positions when you evaluate her?
Yes, Miss Kardash is an employee in good standing with us.
And you said you were involved in talking to her, working with her on the issue of Greater Prairie Chickens and managing the Buena Vista Wildlife Area as part of your responsibility as a supervisor. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe I heard you say that have been involved with her as, well, let me ask the one, did you have interactions with her and a role to play when she was a key person, maybe a major person in developing the 2022-2032 Greater Prairie Chick Management Plan?
Yes.
What did you think of her work on that project?
She'd help lead and contribute to the team that developed the final product that was approved by the Natural Resources Board to be approved or to be implemented. Sorry.
What about the quality of her work?
It was very well done. She's very thorough.
From time to time, do you get out with her on the ground of the Buena Vista and neighboring lands to check how things are going?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on her expertise about Greater Prairie Chickens, her knowledge of the science and behavioral characteristics of the Buena Vista Wildlife Area greater property or prairie chicken population?
Miss Kardash was assigned as the state's Greater Prairie Chicken Specialist based on her extensive knowledge of that species and local knowledge of the area, acknowledging that she had the most experience and knowledge within our program for that.
I'll ask you, do you think she's probably one of the more knowledgeable people in the state in regarding Greater Prairie Chickens?
Yes.
Are you aware of her involvement in talking or with working and meeting and sharing knowledge with others of her that have knowledge or expertise in greater prairie chickens in the state.
I think I'm gonna just interrupt briefly here. I think we've probably gone down this path as much as we need to, especially given the fact that it's now on the record that the witness has adopted Ms. Kardash's testimony and believes it's complete and true and accurate, I think is the words of the question. So at this point, I don't think there's really any possible way to contest the authority and expertise of witness Kardash. And I don't know if parties just want to stipulate to that she's an expert and we're all agreeing that what she said was complete and accurate, maybe we can move on. But I think there's certainly enough in the record now to defend witness Kardash's testimony, and it has been adopted and verified by the current witness. So I am comfortable that this evidence is entered into the record and is valid and is credible. So can we move on to another topic, please?
I think your comments on the record answer any of the remaining questions I would have.
Okay. All right. So any other questions for the witness? No? How about redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks. All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused. Welcome to the PSC hearings. That's all our witnesses, I believe. So we've taken all the witnesses, we've reviewed the offered evidence list, we've ruled on motions, done it all, and it's not even 5 o'clock. So anything else we need to address? I did want to ask if anyone would like an accommodation. I think I briefly offered this, but maybe it went past people, to change the briefing deadline since I'm adding work. I'm adding to your work. So current briefing schedule is initial brief September 9th and reply September 16th. I don't know if staff has any concerns about adding some time to that, but I'm willing to do that in light of my ruling.
Your Honor, this is Eric Callisto. I'm okay with the initial date. I would love, just because a week is a quick turn, particularly if we have to respond to sort of non-traditional arguments here, to get some additional time. If the reply brief is currently due on the 16th, you said?
Yes.
If we could get the 23rd, or even the end of that week, the 20th, that would be helpful.
It's fine with me. Anyone else want to ask for additional time?
I would prefer the 23rd if I get a preference, Your Honor.
Well, I'm asking. So
the rate case, there's a rate case hearing on the 20th is my reasoning. So
and you're asking for more time on reply with the 23rd, right? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So maintain the 9th, extra time on reply. Anyone else have proposals there?
I would prefer Attorney Callisto's date. People can reply earlier.
If they wish. I'm not, yeah, that's true. So, okay, so we'll set that up. Also, just wanted to note that received evidence corrections, I've extended that deadline. So substance isn't going to change. So you have what's on the record so far, but I did extend that to 8:28, 1 p.m. And so that includes, not quite clear here, but it includes the rebuttal, I'm sorry, the revised testimony and replacement exhibits. Otherwise, I think the schedule is good. We're adding 5 pages to the initial brief. So you may need to refresh my memory, but I think that total makes it a total of 25 pages. Or is it 30
I think
pages?
it makes it 30, but I'm honestly not sure. I just assumed we would go all the way to the max anyway with the basic issues and wanted 5 more, whatever that was.
That's fine. So just refer to the facilitating matters order for that number. It's in there. So, okay. Anyone else? Anything
Your
else?
Honor, will you be sending anything out to memorialize these
I'm
changes?
sorry, who's talking?
This is Katie Nicola, Clean Wisconsin.
Oh, okay. You're not on my screen. Go ahead.
No, you'll have the transcript.
Okay,
And I will adjust the online calendar to reflect the new dates.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Attorney Meyer, did you have a question?
Katie asked the question.
All right, there you go. Everyone's on the same page. Okay. So it doesn't sound like there's anything else. We're all done. Thanks very much, everyone. And take care. We're adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good night.